Jays on Rogers Sportsnet. Brought to you by your local independently owned Home Hardware or Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. It's a beautiful night, a perfect night for baseball. The roof is wide open. Roberto Alomar will be inducted into baseball's Hall of Fame next Sunday, July 24th. Blue Jays are honoring him throughout the whole week. Robbie Alomar Hall of Fame Day will take place on Sunday the 31st. Alomar's number has been put up on the Ring of Excellence, and today the Blue Jays announced that his number 12 will be the first number retired in franchise history. Alomar spoke about how special this was to him.
When I was the little boy, I never expected this to happen. Never did that. Especially, I only played here for 5 years, but was the 5 greatest years of my life. And now that I'm being inducted into the Hall of Fame with the Blue Jay cap, I am real honored and proud. But for them to retire my number, I didn't expect that. I didn't play the game just to achieve that goal, but I must do something right, and I did it with a lot of pride.
And he certainly earned every honor he has received. It's a gorgeous night. Brett Cecil will take the mound to open up this 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners, and it's been a struggle. The lineups are brought to you by TD Canada Trust. Banking can be this comfortable. The Mariners have lost 9 straight. The great Ichiro Suzuki struggling at .262. Brendan Ryan, Dustin Ackley, the rookie Ackley, is hitting 3rd in this lineup. That'll tell you just how challenged they are offensively. Olivo Smoke Gutierrez in the middle. Mike Karp just back from the minor leagues. He's the DH. And Sean Figgins, Greg Howman will round out the lineup for Eric Wedge.
Pitching for the Blue Jays, Brett Cecil takes the mound for his first start of the second half. Cecil entered the All-Star break on a high note. Gave up just a run in 6 innings to the Cleveland Indians on July the 10th in a Blue Jays 7-1 victory. Good to see Cecil throwing more strikes.
And he starts out with strike 1 to Ichiro.
That was the first win for Cecil in 3 starts since a 2-month demotion to the minor leagues. Pitching much better, a little bit more aggressive also.
Ichiro slices this into left field. Corey Patterson in quickly and makes the catch, first down.
Defensively for the Blue Jays tonight, a couple of changes, and we will look at it in the outfield. You see Patterson in left field. Travis Snyder gets the call in center field, his first start of the season in center field. He played 4 innings at L.A. and an inning in Boston in July, and that's been it. He will be in center field this evening. Edwin Encarnacion, who had some great plays in that series against the Yankees at third base, gets the call tonight there, and Jake Arancibia will form the battery with Brett Cecil.
Brendan Ryan, the shortstop, goes after the first pitch. I would expect you're going to see a lot of first pitch swinging from the Mariners as they want to get something going offensively.
Have really struggled to score runs. You mentioned that they are last in the American League in hitting at .221. And they are averaging about 3 runs a game. So you're right. I think they're going to try and pick on Brett Cecil and try to take advantage of his aggressiveness.
Brendan Ryan in his first season with the Mariners came up with the Cardinals, played very well for Tony Lewis in St. Louis.
No more for his glove, and he has an excellent glove at shortstop. Not much of an offensive threat, especially power-wise, just 14 extra base hits all season long. But he can play a great shortstop.
Out in front of that changeup, pops it out of play. Brett Cecil talks about how much more confidence he has. You can see back on May 19th, 2010, his win against the Mariners, 6 1/3, 7 hits, had a walk and 4 strikeouts. But his changeup has always been the key to his success.
Yes.
But it's only best when he has that good fastball.
And he's using it to get ahead in the count. That was a 3-2 Blue Jay win back in 2010 against the Mariners. His only start versus Seattle.
Blue Jays fresh off splitting a 4-game series with the Yankees. They took the first 2 and lost the last 2. There's a base hit down the left side. Corey Patterson over trying to cut it off and get it back but he won't get it in time as Brendan Ryan delivers a one-out double.
As Ryan stands at second base with his 13th double of the season, let's take a look at the scouting report brought to you by Home Hardware. Homeowners helping homeowners. Stay aggressive. More four-seam fastballs for Brett Cecil, and I think you see that's why he has been getting ahead of the batters. He's made better use of his off-speed pitch. The changeup and the curveball, I think, are very key to him in the second half and driving home. He needs to stay on top and really drive towards home plate with his pitches. When he does that, he stays on top of the ball a lot better, and it's down in the strike zone where he needs to be.
Dustin Ackley, the rookie, batting third against the left-hander Brett Cecil. Ackley was picked second overall in the 2009 draft out of the University of North Carolina. In a great College World Series. Really made an impression on the Mariners. And he has skyrocketed through the system. Called up June 17th, made his major league debut against the Phillies.
And he has shown some power, too. Playing at a position that he is not used to.
Ackley was an outfielder early in his career. There goes Ryan to third, and ball short hops Encarnacion, and Brendan Ryan steals it. That's another thing you can look for from this Mariner team. They're going to roll the dice and be as aggressive as possible. They have really struggled to score runs.
They don't have a whole lot to lose being aggressive, and Ryan picks on Brett Cecil, gives him just one look, and he picks up on Cecil's move to the plate. That's stolen base number 7 on the year for Ryan. He's only been thrown out twice.
1-2 to Ackley. Fouled it off. We mentioned the Mariners, they've lost 9 straight, scoring just 11 runs in the course of those 9 games. They were outscored 41-11 during their 9-game losing streak. Eric Wedge, in his first year as the Mariners manager, and bench coach Robbie Thompson to his left. A couple of veterans of many baseball wars really going through a tough stretch right now. Upstairs. Blue Jays will trade it out for a run here. They've played the infield back, and if Ackley can put it in play, he'll pick up the RBI. And he does. Little check swing, excuse me, blooper into center field, and the Mariners score first. Brendan Ryan scores the first run of the ball game. Seattle leads it 1-0.
Fooled on the pitch is Ackley. It looked like an off-speed pitch, down and away. He doesn't take a full cut at it. This looks like an Ichiro type of swing. He's got great plate coverage. He just gets enough of the bat on the ball as he dumps it into center field for the RBI single. He's been watching Ichiro take BP.
Pretty good plan that got him an RBI. Miguel Olivo, one of the few power threats in this lineup. He has 12 home runs. That's tied with Justin Smoke for the club lead.
With the batting average at just .217, Chris Chambliss, the batting coach for the Seattle Mariners, looks on. Olivo just 2 RBIs in his last 8 games.
Seattle's first inning run is only the 27th run they've scored in July. That is 14 fewer than the Tigers have scored. The Tigers have only scored 41 runs in the month of July. Give you an idea just how dramatic the struggles of the Mariners have been. Oakland has outscored them by 24 runs.
By 24 runs in the month of July. Well, that says it all right there, because Oakland's been shut out 11 times this year.
Yeah, the numbers offensively during the 9-game losing streak, they hit 179, scored 1.2 runs per game, not getting any hits, and they haven't gone deep. They haven't hit a home run since the 5th of July. Hit just 2 home runs in the month of July. There's a ball poked to right field. Ackley will stop at second. Olivo just reached out and poked that ball through the hole on the right side.
Okay, now what does Brett Cecil have to say right now to himself? They've had that double off of a 2-strike changeup, a check swing single, and now Olivo just takes this ball away from him, just pokes it to the right side, a changeup down and away, and this ends up getting through. What you can't do is start changing anything right now. He's making good pitches. This is a good two-strike pitch away from Olivo. He's just able to find a hole. Stay right with your game plan. Don't lose confidence. Make a pitch and you'll be fine.
That ball was a foot off the plate outside. Switch hitter first baseman Justin Smoke, batting right-handed against Cecil. Inside. That might keep him from poking those outside pitches. A couple of strikes on the inside part of the plate.
Well, both of those pitches, the one to Ackley was down and away, and he was able to get good plate coverage and somehow find a hole on a check swing. Same thing with Olivo. What you don't want to start doing is changing up, and all of a sudden now you're making a mistake. And now a 3-run home run happens.
2-0. One thing the Blue Jays really have to guard against after a very exciting 4-game series against the Yankees, over 153,000 fans in Rogers Center for the 4 games. They can't have a letdown against Seattle. Even though Seattle's lost 9 straight, they got a chance to beat you.
Electricity in the air, the excitement here at the ballpark.
I think you made a great point when you said Seattle's got nothing to lose. They can't hit any worse.
Yeah. You got to take chances to try and score runs. If you get thrown out, hey.
Eric Wedge knows that, and they can start the runners. They could play hit and run. They can move the runners. I mean, who's going to complain? We've only scored 11 runs, losing 9 straight. You might as well take a few risks. Trying to hit that inside corner. 3-1. Blue Jays saw the Mariners way back in April. They jumped on Felix Hernandez in the first game of that series, had a 7-0 lead, only to lose it in the 9th. They lost 8-7. Mariners scored 1 run in the 7th, 5 in the 8th, and 2 in the 9th. Grounded out of play.
They would end up losing 2 of the 3 games in Seattle. They ran into Michael Pineda. There is Felix Hernandez on the right there. Vargas pitched a good game. The other player right there.
Jason Vargas went 6 2/3 and held the Blue Jays to 5 hits, as they did indeed win 2 out of 3 in that series. Blue Jays will see Vargas in the final game of this 3-game series on Thursday afternoon. Full count, 1 out. There go the base runners. Ball is popped up into shallow right. Long run for Thames. He gets there and he'll have no play. So Wedge gambled with just 1 out. Started the runner. Smoke got underneath it and pops up to right. 2 down. Interesting outfield. You mentioned Snyder making the first start in center field. 3 left-handed bats in the outfield. Something the Blue Jays haven't had for a long time.
And that's just the reason that Snyder is in the game today. John Farrell was talking before the game. He wants to get as many left-handed bats in the lineup with Michael Pineda on the mound. And with Jose Bautista DHing tonight, he's got to get Snyder in there somehow, and he puts him in center field.
Franklin Gutierrez, the center fielder, goes after the first pitch, breaks his bat. They get the force out at second, but Seattle scores a run on 3 hits. They take an early lead, 1-0. with Jose Bautista back in the 3 spot. He'll be the DH tonight. Yunel Escobar hitting .299. Eric Thames holding his own in his first go-round against big league pitching. Bautista, Lind, Encarnacion, middle of the order. Travis Snyder starting in center field. Aaron Hill hitting .230. J.P. Arencibia really needs to get something going with the bat. And Corey Patterson is starting in left field against big Michael Pineda.
Starting pitcher brought to you by Tim Hortons Original Biscuit Breakfast Sandwich. Now with hickory smoked ham. Michael Pineda, what an intimidating player he has been. His last appearance was the worst of his young career, as he permitted a career-high 7 runs, 6 hits in 5 innings. That was a 9-3 loss to the Los Angeles Angels just before the All-Star break. He made that All-Star game and pitched a perfect inning. We showed that in the opening. His first career victory came against the Blue Jays on April the 12th. Gave up just 2 runs in 7 1/3 innings, and he introduced himself to the Blue Jays with a very good fastball.
Second big league start of his career back on April 12th in Seattle. He went 7 1/3 and held the Blue Jays to just 5 hits, picking up his first major league win. We are set to go here in the bottom of the first. Yunel Escobar back into the leadoff spot. Keep an eye on the velocity of Pineda here in the first inning. That was 89 miles an hour, and we've seen him as high as 98. But this is something he has learned here in his first season. Just come out and try to get established into the strike zone with just about an 85% fastball.
And it's called about pacing yourself. He knows that he has a lot of pitches ahead of him. He knows he's got a lot of innings to finish out the season. If he had max effort every single one of these pitches, I don't think he would last. So early on, it's 91, it's 92, and then about the 3rd, 4th, 5th inning, he can turn it up a notch.
Yeah, I think he should be very careful, because with that body, you're going to wear out very fast. 6'7", 260. A monster of a man, and he's just 22. There's a base hit right back through the middle for Escobar. That'll push him over 300.
That'll push him also reaching base now consecutively for Yunel Escobar. 23 straight games. Defensively for the Mariners, 5th in the American League in fielding percentage. Holman Gutierrez and the great Ichiro Suzuki in right field. Ryan and Ackley in the middle, getting used to themselves. Ackley just being called up. Smoke and Figgins on the corners, and Miguel Olivo behind the plate. There's the great Ichiro. 10 consecutive Gold Gloves in right field.
Eric Thames goes after the first pitch and hits it high, but into center field. Gutierrez all the way over into the gap makes the catch, and as Pat mentioned, Gutierrez, one of the best center fielders in the game. And now with 1 out, Jose Bautista will return in that 3rd spot in the order. Jose sprained his ankle in the game on Thursday in the 4th inning. Left the game after sliding into third base on a double play. Sprained that ankle, and this is his first game since. Pops up the first pitch. Ichiro over near the foul line, and foul ground makes the catch. 2 outs. Pat mentioned that Yunel Escobar has reached base 23 straight games. That's a new career high for the leadoff hitter.
That's why he is at the leadoff spot. It's so important for Bautista with that right ankle. That's the push-off ankle. That's the one that generates so much of the bat speed. No difference there. It looks good. I'm sure it's taped up nice and secure by George Poulos and his staff. Probably feels like he's got a cast on his right ankle, just so there is no give and take.
It is his right ankle, that one he pushes off with. Always important. Adam Lind with the man at first base. There's a first pitch breaking ball from Pineda. Lind was 0 for 3 first time against the big right-hander. You don't really realize how big Pineda is until you get him in the dugout standing next to Felix Hernandez.
Now, Felix Hernandez is a big guy. I mean, really a big guy, but they are almost joined at the hip when you take a look at them. They're both big and strong. And we had a shot of him when we were in Seattle, Pineda talking to Hernandez, and he dwarfed him.
Outside. Ball on the strike. Felix Hernandez, who won the Cy Young Award last year, just turned 25 on the 8th of April. He's listed at 6'3", 225. He's a big man in his own right. And he's just 25. Boy, what a future this team has.
It's a team that is built on pitching and defense. And in that ballpark, I think that's a good place to start. Seattle's Safeco Field is huge, tough to hit the ball out of, so they have really made a conscious effort of drafting a lot of young players, young pitchers. They've gotten very good defense in the middle of the diamond. Right now, they got to figure out a way to start scoring some runs.
Eric Wedge had some pretty good pitchers when he was in Cleveland, including Cliff Lee and CC Sabathia, so he understands the value of good starting pitching. Two things are very difficult to acquire through free agency: power pitching and power bats.
It just costs too much money. We were talking about that when CC Sabathia was here with the Yankees. That it costs a little over $1 million per win if you want to sign a premium free agent. The best way to do that, do what Seattle has done over the last few years. Go out and find your own and draft them, and then you can control them for so many years. It's what the Blue Jays have started to do over the last couple of years. They have Hernandez locked up, again, just 25 years old, and they've got Pineda just starting his career.
Has a long drive to right field. Ichiro looks up. All he can do is watch it sail into the seats. Two-run home run for Adam Lind, and they erase an early Mariner lead.
Adam Lind is a very good off-speed hitter. And I think you do him a favor by throwing him a two-strike breaking ball. You speed his bat up, and if it's down and in, even better. This pitch is a curveball right in the sweet spot for Lind over the middle of the plate. You speed his bat up, and this kind of thing happens. Pineda has that great fastball, but he tried to trick him.
And now it's 96, a little bit of an urgency. But you can see Pineda scratching his head with the two-run home run, and I kind of question that myself. When you can throw 96, you better not come out half-stepping against the big league lineup.
Nope. Or you're doing a player like Adam Lind a favor by spinning up that breaking ball.
This ball is popped up into center field. Ichiro coming in from right makes the catch, and Blue Jays are retired. But Adam Lind hits his 17th home run of the season, a two-run shot. It comes with 2 outs. Blue Jays lead it 2-1. April, and he worked hard to get his form back. And since his return, it's been much better. His 3 starts since his recall. He's pitched 20 in the third, given up a few hits, but overall it's been much better than it was early in the season.
You know, and I think if you throw out the first start he made against Pittsburgh when he came back, he gave up 6 earned runs in 6 1/3 inning. But it was his next start against Boston at Fenway Park where he had a complete game. Through an 8-inning complete game, a game that the Blue Jays would lose. He only gave up 3 earned runs, and then last time out against Cleveland, just 1 earned run against the Tribe. So much better, and he is attacking the strike zone. He's getting ahead. I think he's using more four-seam fastballs and then finishing off the batter with that good changeup and that good curveball.
Mike Karp just recalled from AAA Tacoma. He's in a hole and gets a piece of that breaking ball to stay alive. This is Karp's first game since June 29th. He appeared as a pinch hitter in interleague play against Atlanta. Drives this ball to left field. Corey Patterson on the run. He's not going to get it. Slams up against the wall. Patterson bare hands it. Makes a throw to second, and Karp slides in ahead of the tag. So Mike Karp delivers a leadoff double here, his 3rd double of the season.
In another 2-strike hit by the Mariners. They had 3 of them in the first inning, and they have another one here in the 2nd inning. Patterson goes back, and then the only way he was going to make the play is barehand it and make a good throw. It's a little bit offline, and Karp has a leadoff double.
Sean Figgins, the 3rd baseman, batting in the 8th spot in the lineup. Bunts it to first base, and that's a good bunt. Hill's got the hurry and doesn't have a play. So Sean Figgins didn't waste any time to move the runner over to third. He gets himself a base hit, a perfectly executed push bunt right to the second baseman.
Left-hander falling off the mound. You've got the second baseman playing very deep. Sean Figgins hitting just a .183, so he's got to do something to help the team. Drops it down perfectly, and it would have been a bang-bang play over at first base. It'll go as an infield hit. And something brewing again here in the 2nd inning for the Mariners.
Greg Hallman, the left fielder. First in third, nobody out. Inside. I think you're right. I think the Mariners have made up their mind. They're going to protect the outside part of the plate first and foremost. We've seen that already in this game. And Seaby is trying to counteract that by calling pitches inside, but Cecil missed.
You know, you're the Seattle Mariners, and you've struggled offensively. You're in a 9-game losing streak. You know, baseball players, we all have pride. You know, we don't want to sit there continually getting just mashed by everybody. So I like the approach that the Mariners have had coming out here. Eric Wedge's team, they never lay down. I was with him in Cleveland, spent a couple of years with him there. When he was the manager in the minor leagues in spring training, he always talked about giving me your best effort. I need you to do everything that I need every day.
There's a long drive to left field. Greg Hallman has just hit a 3-run home run. His 2nd home run of the season. And the Mariners have jumped right back.
Shows you the type of power that young man has right there. He's long, he's lean, he is athletic, and when he swings and makes connection, the ball can really jump off of his bat. Holman unloads this one into the netting of the bullpen in left field. The most home runs he hit in the minor leagues, he hit 33 last year in AAA and 25 the year before in AA, so he's got some pop.
Hallman was born in the Netherlands, and the Mariners signed him. How about this combination of scouts? Wayne Norton and Bob Engel, both with Blue Jays ties. They're always outstanding on international players. Greg Hallman played for the Netherlands in the World Baseball Classic in 2009. He's got some athletic ability, and he's going to earn some playing time. He keeps swinging a bat like that. Ichiro just flips the head of that bat at that outside pitch. His numbers are down dramatically, and he is in danger of not getting his 200 hits. He's on pace for 176 hits, batting just .262.
That is unheard of from what we have seen over the last 10 years. 10 straight years of at least 200 base hits for Ichiro, which is a major league record. He has also tied Pete Rose for the most 200 hit seasons at 10.
But he wears out the Blue Jays and certainly has a lot of fans everywhere he plays. Fights off this pitch. Look at his career since leaving Japan. Came over in 2001. In the major leagues, he's second in average during that time. First in hits, 2,346 hits, third in steals, and third in times on base.
That's the impressive thing. A leadoff hitter, you want him to get on base and have a lot of speed. I don't think there's been anybody better.
Fights this one off. It's going to hang up for Thames, and he makes the catch. That's the first out of the second inning. So the Mariners have scored 4 runs already tonight. They had scored 11 in their previous 9 games. Brendan Ryan's gotten into the act already. He's doubled and scored.
You know what I was talking about when Holman hit that home run, that big league players, you know, they have pride, and they don't want to, you know, be talked about in terms of what we've heard about the Mariners over the last 10 days or so. They're major leaguers, and they can hurt you at any time.
And they are dangerous, that's for sure. Craig Holman with that 3-run home run. Chris Chambliss was working with the hitters in the cage before they took the field for their regular batting practice.
They were out here at 2:30 this afternoon. It looked like the whole team was out here taking extra batting practice. Those are the kind of things that you have to do, you know.
Well, nobody's going to feel sorry for you. I mentioned they were hitting just 182 in the month of July. And takes that pitch upstairs. Ron Fairley, who does the radio and TV work, he's traveling with the team here, and he said, you know what people think about slumps? 85% of them don't care if you're in a slump, and the other 15 are glad you're in one.
True. And the only way you pull it out is you pull together as a team.
There's another drive to left field. Corey Patterson back at the track, at the wall, jumps, and it is gone. Brendan Ryan with his first home run of the season, second of the inning, and the Mariners have jumped all over Brett Cecil early.
Just when I say he doesn't hit a lot of extra base hits, Brendan Ryan comes up with a double, his first time up, a stolen base, and a run scored. And now comes up with a home run. Watch where this pitch is. They want it down and away, and everything has been up and over the middle of the plate.
That's his 10th big league home run, first of the season. Lots of smiles in that Mariner dugout. It's been a gloomy 9 straight games until they've touched down here in Toronto. Dustin Ackley had an RBI single his first time up. Another check swing. Tapper to the mound. Cecil throws him out. 2 down. Seattle was right in the midst of things back at the early part of July. You can see July 5th, the standings. Angels were tied with the Rangers. Mariners just 2.5 back at 500. But since then, it's been a disastrous fall for the Mariners. They have slipped to 11.5 back. The Rangers have taken over the division, and the Rangers just swept Seattle in a 4-game series. Ball was popped back by Miguel Olivo.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago there was Some newspaper articles about the Mariners. Are they buyers or sellers at the trade deadline, which is coming up at the end of this month? Mariners just a couple of games out, but the free fall now 11.5 behind Texas.
Texas has won 11 straight. Seattle has lost 9, and that'll get you right out of the hunt. Texas got everything working for them right now. Getting great pitching, timely hitting. During that 9-game losing streak, Seattle was shut out 3 times. Once by Oakland and twice by the Rangers. Miguel Olivo, the catcher. Olivo's been a nice pickup. He has provided some of the power that the Mariners have. Mariners had just hit 55 home runs before the 2 home runs here in the 2nd inning. High fastball gets Olivo, but the Mariners jump on Brett Cecil. 4 runs on 5 hits and a couple of homers. Brendan Ryan hits his first home run of the season. Edwin Encarnacion, Travis Snyder, Aaron Hill when we come back to Rogers Center. Cecil on the bench got a little visit from the manager, and you can see John Farrow very animated in his discussion with his pitcher. A little disappointed that Cecil would give up a 4 spot here. Obviously, we don't know what he's telling him, but it has to do something with what Farrow thought about that last inning, I'm sure. Mariners have regained the lead. It's a 5-2 ball game. Travis Snyder leads things off.
This will be interesting to see what Michael Pineda does here with the lead. After he gave up that home run to Lynn, it's like he reached back and said, okay, that's it, boys. And he was throwing his fastball to Encarnacion 95 and 96. He's got some runs to work with now as they score 4 runs in the 2nd inning, a 3-run lead. Does he go back to pace himself, or does he air it out?
Well, there's been a lot of talk about the Mariners and how they're going to try to limit his innings. He's airing it out.
Yeah, he's airing it out.
That last pitch was 95, and Snyder got a piece of it, but Michael Pineda threw 139 innings last year. And you see he just gave Miguel Olivo a thumbs up after that last foul ball. Slider on the outside corner. Pineda shook to that pitch. After the fastball, he said, you know what, I can get this outside slider on the corner, and he did.
Olivo wanted fastball. He threw him slider. And this is what the big guy can do. He can throw pitches where he wants to at such a young age. Again, just 22 years old. He can go inside and outside. For a big man, he's got excellent control. Just 36 walks coming into this ballgame all season long.
First pitch strike to Aaron Hill. Ball was popped out of play. Pineda was injured most of the 2009 season, so last year they got him back. He's put time between AA and AAA. Went 8-1 at West Tennessee, their AA affiliate, and then ended up pitching 12 games at Tacoma. That's the hard slider, and that is a tough pitch, 87 to 89 miles an hour. It reminds me of James Rodney Richards, the old Houston Astro right-hander, and he's built a lot like Richards, 6'7", not a small man by any means, and then that hard slider is tough to pick up on any spin at all.
But great control, and a guy who's very intimidating. He is out on the mound when he lets go of the ball. It's almost like he is handing it to the catcher.
There's a high drive deep to center field. Gutierrez calls for it and moves in front of Greg Howman.
Let's go Glover out there in center field. You've got to give ground. The scouting report for Michael Pineda, he's got high octane. We've been talking about it for 2 innings. It's upper 90s when he wants to reach back for a little bit more. He's got the slider and the changeup. Changeup is in the 80s, and it's developing. That slider is hard and very tough to pick up. He throws it out of the same arm slot as his fastball, and he hits his spots. 113 innings pitch again. Just 36 base on balls coming into this game. Power and command.
Yeah, it's a great combination. He misses with that first fastball to J.P. Arancibia. And it's a little looping liner right to the second baseman. Ackley has it, and the Blue Jays retired in order in the second. The Mariners have taken an early lead. Twitter.com/Blue Jays. Answer Blue Jays trivia to win prizes. Submit your questions on Twitter to @Blue Jays, and Pat or I could choose yours as the Twitter question of the game. The @Blue Jays currently have 41,000 followers, and would like to thank you all @Blue Jay followers for their support. Lots of people here in the seats tonight tweeting, and certainly send us your questions, and we'll pick a question of the game. Justin Smoak to start the third inning. Interesting to watch Brett Cecil's approach here in the third inning after having a one-sided conversation with John Farrell.
After the home run to Ryan, it looked like Brett Cecil said, okay, that's it.
This has popped up into center field. Travis Snyder out there in center tonight makes the catch.
We saw that from Cecil last year in New York. He had the bases loaded against the Yankees. Walked a couple and gave up a hit, and he said, you know what, I'm just going to challenge it with my fastball. And he ended up getting Cano and Teixeira on strikeouts and A-Rod on a ground out. after the home run by Ryan, it looked like he did the same thing. He said, here it is. Whatever happens, happens. And he's in attack mode now.
Franklin Gutierrez to face Brett Cecily. Gets the first pitch outside. Ball and a strike. Well, we have seen it throughout this season and others, of course. Anytime a pitcher can command his fastball and pitch ahead, he's going to have success. I mean, that's a pretty good combination to put the hitter in a defensive mode.
You have to have the command. You have to be able to throw it where you want to. And right now, through the first couple of innings here tonight, Brett hasn't been able to throw the pitches where he wants. J. Pierre and Sebia wants the ball down, and so far everything is really leaped up.
There's a changeup, and Gutierrez just looked at it, recognized it was off the plate, right out of the hand. 3-1, one out here in the third inning. There's a good fastball. A little bit of late sink to that fastball. Mariners are in a tough stretch. They're going to play 3 here, 3 in New York, and 3 in Boston. Tough 9-game swing through the East. Gutierrez takes the walk. It's the first walk of the ball game. Mike Karp, the DH, got a double to start the second inning. That got things going. 7, 8, 9. Karp, Figgins, and Hallman. Double, single, home run. Sean Figgins had that bunt single. First pitch breaking ball. Mariners have gone through a lot of changes early in the season. When we saw them, they had Milton Bradley playing in left field. They let him go. They've gone with a lot of kids. 8 Mariners have made their major league debut this year. Ball was right in on his hands, and Escobar will make the catch.
You know, they have also used 11 rookies this season as Eric Wedge tries to find out who can play and who can't play for his team. 8 players you mentioned have made their major league debut. They are tied for first in the American League, having 8 rookies make their debut.
Kansas City Royals have used a lot of rookies, and they have the youngest average age in the American League. Ball in the dirt, and boy, what a break by Gutierrez, and Hill can't handle it. Gutierrez got a great break on that short ball in the dirt. Aaron Sebia's throw was in the dirt, short hop, and Hill had it momentarily.
Yeah, a ball in the dirt, and Gutierrez reads it. He takes off. Doesn't go very far. Aaron Sebia's throw is there, but the short hop, Hill can't come up with it, and Gutierrez is in scoring position.
It's another thing we talk about. The Mariners are going to gamble all throughout this series.
Why
they
not?
have nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose. You know, you've lost 9 games in the last 2 weeks in the standings. The only way to play this game is take the pressure off and just do what you have to do. If you get thrown out, you get thrown out. Take some chances.
It's hit to the third baseman, Encarnacion. Throws out Figgins, and the Mariners strand the base runner. 2.5 here at Rogers Center. Seattle's got a 5-2 lead.
Jays on Rogers Sportsnet. Brought to you by your local independently owned home hardware or home hardware building center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
It's Tweeting Tuesday trivia time, and of course all things around the Blue Jays right now. Talk about Roberto Alomar, but with Roberto Alomar going into Cooperstown this weekend, how many Gold Gloves did he win over his career? If you know the answer, send it to @BlueJays, and you could win an autographed Roberto Alomar baseball.
I know that one. I can answer that one.
Yeah, but you don't count.
I don't count.
You already have a baseball.
That's true.
Corey Patterson pops this one up. Ichiro coming in from right. First out of the third. Well, we have seen this time and time again, and we're not really prepared to put Michael Pineda in that big CC Sabathia, Roy Halladay category now, but he's off to a good start in his career. But he gave you the window of opportunity in the first, and he's now retired 5 straight.
And it's almost like he said, all right, I gave up the home run. I'm not giving up any more. And he's pitching a little bit now. He's not throwing like he was in the first inning. It was almost like he was get me over pitches just to get his way through. Now he's reaching back.
And you can see he understands his delivery fairly well. When he cuts one loose and he doesn't have real good command of it, he'll make the adjustment on the mound himself. Missed upstairs with that pitch. But he's very aware of his body, and it's unusual, not only because he's so young, but because he's so big. A lot of moving parts to his delivery, but it's a pretty effective delivery.
It takes veterans, people like the CC Sabathias and the AJ Burnett's, guys who are big and long arms and big legs, years to find that. A lot of times they will find it while they're in the minor leagues. Pineda didn't spend much time in the minor leagues.
Well, we know the perfect example of somebody refining his mechanics, and that's Roy Halladay.
Perfect. Perfect example.
6'6". Things weren't working mechanically for him, and he rebuilt his pitching style. And Pineda's come all the way back to a full count. Escobar looked like he may have hurt himself on that last swing.
Here comes John Farrell and Hap Hudson. I don't know if he was pointing to his knee.
He's flexing that left leg, and now Hap Hudson's going to look at that left knee area. Looks like he's checking the kneecap out. Feels like it's going to be all right. He said he just kind of felt the pop, might have twisted it in the dirt. Watch that front foot.
As he turns to finish his swing, it looks like the spike's caught just a little bit. And the knee locked up on him.
And now he strikes out. 6 in a row retired by Pineda. So there are 2 down here in the third inning. Eric Thames will bat. On the bench. We're going to take a closer look at him. You can bet. John will join us. John Farrell, the manager, will join us live from the dugout. And I don't know if Escobar is going to stay in this game. There's a liner into center field. That'll get down in front of Gutierrez. Thames has a 2-out single.
The thing you're going to get from Eric Thames, you're going to have good at-bats. As Escobar finishes his talk with Farrell, looks like he's going to walk off.
Not quite sure whether he's going to stay in the game or not. George Poulos, the trainer, checking with him. 2 outs now. Jose Bautista back in the lineup. Bautista swung at the first pitch his first time up and popped up to Ichiro in foul ground and right. It's a 5-2 Seattle lead. Out on the outside corner, 97. So much for coasting.
Yeah. No coasting when you're in the middle of the lineup against any team.
That was a wicked slider down in the dirt, and Olivas smothered it. Pineda's a two-pitch pitcher, no doubt about that. You're going to get fastball, slider. He'll mix in an occasional changeup, but that's more for effect than anything else.
I talked to some of the batters over the last couple of days, and I asked them about Pineda, and they said one of the reasons he's so tough is that slider. You just can't pick it up out of his hand. It looks like a fastball. He throws it right out of the same arm slot. And if you're looking for that fastball, he throws that slider. It's tough to slow your swing down.
What can you see when you can pick up a slider out of a pitcher's hand?
Usually you can see the spin of the baseball. Usually you can see, everybody talks about the red dot that is created by the spin of the seams of the baseball.
2-2, 2 outs. Cut out and missed. Pineda strikes him out. A couple of strikeouts here in the third inning. Eric Thames with a 2-out single. He's stranded at first. We've played 3 innings here at Rogers Center.
Right now, he took the one swing. He felt a little twinge inside the right knee. It wasn't in the joint, so it wasn't like it was a meniscus or anything like that. But we're going to closely monitor him. If he feels like any additional stiffness comes along, we'll certainly get him out of there.
John, thanks for your time.
Okay, guys.
So that's good news, and hopefully Escobar will be able to stay in this game. They're just now getting back Bautista. They don't need to lose Escobar to any injury. Brett Cecil location was the problem in the second inning, and let's see if he can't improve on that. And he hits Hallman with the first pitch, and he'll reach to start the fourth. Trying to come inside. The ball sailed on him.
He'll throw a cut fastball. Brett Cecil, and that looks what he tried to do. That one got away from and cut it a little bit too hard. It looks like it just got the thread of the pants of Holman for the hit batter. Just the second hit batter of the year for Cecil.
Back to the top of the order. Ichiro has lined out twice, and this time he singles right back over the mound. Hallman will stop at second. First 2 aboard here in the fourth. Mariners have 8 hits already.
They have 5 runs. The last time they had 5 runs in a game was July the 1st, when they ended up with 6. 2 pitches into the fourth inning. A couple of runners on. That ball up again. What John Farrell was telling us in between innings. He's got to stay down.
Got to be down. Now you've got to look for the bunt with Brian. I don't care if he did homer and double. It's a perfect situation for the Mariners to put the sacrifice bunt on. Not bunting, swinging away and pops it up into right. Eric Thames, long run. He'll get there and make the catch. So Brendan Ryan goes after the first pitch and pops up. Now the double play can get the Blue Jays out of this inning.
Nothing to lose. Go ahead and let it go. Maybe you as a defense, you're playing for the bunt. You throw a fastball down the middle. You're hoping for a double. Pops it up, and now you're right. Make a good pitch here on Ackley, and you'll be fine.
Dustin Ackley has 20 hits in his 25 games. He's hit in 20 of those 25 games he's played in the big leagues. RBI single in the first. Ichiro's got a big lead with men playing back behind him. He'll have to really make a quick feed to second to turn a double play. Tell you what, Ackley's taking some funny swings tonight.
First time up, it worked for him. He got himself a base hit on a check swing that was down and away. Next time up, another check swing, and he hit it back to the mound. 2 strikes. Now you have to finish him off right here. He gave up 3 two-strike hits in that second inning.
Ackley appears to be one of those young hitters that takes care of the outer 3/4 of the plate. Is trying to go the other way. One and two, one out. Pops this one up. Aaron Hill at second base. Infield fly is in effect. Ackley's retired. There are 2 outs. So after Cecil hit the batter and then Ichiro singled, he's been able to get a couple of outs, and now he's an out away from stranding 2. Miguel Olivo had that single in the first inning. He took a pitch about a foot off the plate outside and just poked it into right. A good hack at that pitch.
He's never faced Brett Cecil until that first at bat when he singled in the right field. Does a good job against left-handed pitching. Been around for a long time.
He was with the Blue Jays for a bit of time in the offseason. He was picked up by the Blue Jays for cash considerations from Colorado. Then they decided not to extend him arbitration. He became a free agent. The Blue Jays picked up a draft choice.
See, I think that was a really smart move. They knew that he was going to not accept arbitration. Wanted to become a free agent. They got that high draft pick, and we'll check and see who they ended up getting for him. Blue Jays won't be able to.
Off the end of the bat, the ball and 2 strikes.
They won't know how that will work out for a couple of years. But if they pick the right player 3 or 4 years from now, they might have come out on top.
Well, we know the Blue Jays have had a good draft last year. This year's draft appears to be a good one as well, and they had 8 years of drought with their draft. 1 and 2, 2 outs. But you look at the roster of the drafted players the last 2 drafts by Alex Anthopoulos, and you see a lot of big, strong pitchers.
Right. That was the whole idea the last couple of years. Get a lot of draft picks, draft a lot of pitchers, and hopefully in 3 or 4 years they'll be here.
Another pop-up. Cecil's going to get out of it. Thames jogging in to right, and after the first 2 reach, Mariners strand a pair. Brett Cecil leaves them standing. Adam Lind will start things off. He's already homered tonight. Edwin Encarnacion, then Travis Snyder trying to get back in this game early. significant Hall of Fame induction in Canadian baseball history. Pat Gillick, Robbie Alomar, and former Expos broadcaster Dave Van Horn will all be honored in Cooperstown. Join Jamie Campbell, Greg Zahn, Arash Madani, and Shai Davidi as Sportsnet covers Cooperstown like never before. It'll all start at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday on Sportsnet East, Ontario, West, and Pacific. And there's some jerseys that should be considered for Cooperstown. Patent Tabler number 15.
We need to retire those. There's a 13 in there somewhere too, isn't there?
I'm sure there's a 13 there, but unfortunately we don't have the number. Go Pat and Buck. Tabler and Martinez. And we got to tell you, that's an inside job, folks.
That's an inside job. That's right.
They're the boys, the Tabler boys, and they did a good job taking advantage of that location. They got the unis out, the signs out.
They were working hard last night. Really hard making those signs and everything.
That's awesome.
Great.
They've had a great time up here at Rogers Center.
Now they need to see a win right here.
That'll get things turned around. Adam Lynn with that 2-run homer, number 17. Lots of fan support here at Rogers Center. Lynn's home run was the first home run in 5 games. Blue Jays didn't have a homer in the 4-game series against the Yankees. Always been an important part of their play. They had not had a stretch of 3 or more games without a home run in 174 games going back to last July.
Do you attribute that to Jose Bautista going out, or is it just one of those things where you run into some good pitching by the Yankees?
It certainly was kind of a curious thing, because Thursday night they pounded out 20 hits against Bartolo Colon and the Yankees. That's a high fastball at 98. We told you he doesn't coast in the middle. Michael Pineda with the big strikeout. That's strikeout number 4.
And this one is okay. Reach back time and climb the ladder. He threw a curveball to Lynn last time and he got beat. Not this time. Reaches back for a little something extra. Comes away with a strikeout.
Edwin Encarnacion. Looks at that hard inside slider. Just bent around the inside corner.
See, I think home runs come in bunches. I really do. After you watch games for years and years and years, teams, it'll come in bunches. For players, it'll come in bunches. And there's going to be times where the Blue Jays are not going to hit home runs. So they're going to have to figure out ways to score when they're not hitting it out of the ballpark.
You would expect when a team gets 16 runs on 20 hits, there's a home run scattered in there somewhere, and that's the case on Thursday. Then on Friday night, they scored 7 runs on 11 hits. No home runs. And then they didn't do much at all against CC Sabathia on Saturday, and Phil Hughes the same on Sunday. That is a wicked slider.
Yeah. To a right-handed batter, after you have seen a couple of those fastballs mid to upper 90s, and then you spin that one off, just to be able to put the bat on the ball and foul it off is an accomplishment.
Fastball at 97 located.
Down. What the Mariners are going to do with Michael Pineda, you had mentioned earlier tonight about 139 innings last year.
There's a slider that stayed on the inside part of the plate. Greg Hallman is right there in front of the warning truck, and Encarnacion's retired. 2 outs.
So 139 innings last year. They are using the same formula that the Blue Jays are using with their young pitchers. 20%, add 20% to the previous year's innings, and that's the total that they were used that year. So you add 20% to the 139, 140 that he used last year, and now you're talking mid 160s. Maybe you can stretch him out to 170.
And then it really depends too on the effort. I mean, you can see that baseball looks like a golf ball in his hand, and he's got good mechanics. And the ball really flies out of his hand without much effort.
it's an arm that you really want to take care of and really protect. Injuries happen. I understand that. And teams are now really starting to limit the innings on these young pitchers before they become very mature. Again, just 22 years old at 170 big league innings, throwing 97 miles an hour can take its toll.
98. 2 strikeouts the inning. Pineda has 5 on the night. He has found the groove. The Blue Jays trail by 3. Now it's time for a connected update with Jamie and Greg from the Blackberry Broadcast Studio. And congratulations to @Irish Blue Jay from Vancouver, who answered 10 Gold Gloves for our Twitter trivia question. You'll be receiving a Roberto Alomar baseball. Be sure to join the Blue Jays for Robbie Alomar Hall of Fame Day at Rogers Center, Sunday, July 31st. On that date, his number will be officially retired. It was announced today that number 12 will be retired in honor of Robbie Alomar's fine Hall of Fame career.
And the fans have got to come out. I mean, to really show their enthusiasm for what Alomar has meant to this organization, this city, this team, the stadium, anything you want to say.
Great day for Blue Jays baseball. Great day for Roberto Alomar and his family. Sandy Alomar Sr. is in town with Robbie in preparation for that great event on Sunday at Cooperstown. You played with Sandy. I played with Sandy. And we always knew that his kids were going to be good ball players, and nobody can predict whether or not a player is going to be a Hall of Famer. But Robbie Alomar, from an early age, was very interested in baseball.
Well, he just loved baseball. He still does. But I remember him as a youngster, as that ball is skied into right center field.
Justin Smoke and Thames calls 40, took charge and called off the.
And I was talking to Sandy today. There he is right there talking with Cito Gaston in the general manager's box here at Rogers Center. And Sandy we were reminiscing back in the early 80s playing in Puerto Rico, and he was saying that Robbie was at the ballpark all the time. I said he was our bat boy. We'd see him there, and he's always wanting to play baseball. And he said, I had to take him to the ballpark. He said if I didn't, he probably would have found his way to the ballpark anyway. So I might as well take him with me.
And of course, Sandy was a great influence on both his sons, Sandy Jr. and Robbie. And Robbie will tell you flat out, Cito Gaston made him the hitter he became. When Cito was here as the manager. 2 Hopper to third, high throw, but Lynn stays on the bag. Gutierrez is retired. Remember, the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies will take place on Sunday, and Rogers Sportsnet will be there for all of the coverage. Jamie Campbell, Greg Zahn, Arash Madani, Shai Davidi will all be on site. Pre-game begins at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's the special show from Cooperstown. Pat Gillick, the architect of those 2 World Series championships, will be inducted, as will Dave Van Horn, the great radio voice of the Expos and now the Florida Marlins.
You know, talking about Robbie and wanting to be a baseball player when he was a young kid, I think that's the first thing that anybody who has any dreams of playing major league sports is you have to have the passion. The passion to go out there and give what it takes, spend the time and give the energy and the hours of practice that it takes to make it to this level.
Mike Carp cuts on an off-speed pitch, 2-1. Well, we have both had the joy of playing with Hall of Famers, and you're right. There's something special about them. Not only their talent, but their commitment. They don't accept anything less than perfection.
You can just see the passion in young kids when they want something, and they're determined enough to do whatever it takes to reach their goal.
This ball is driven to center. Travis Snyder turns and runs it down just short of the warning track. Looked like he's played in center his whole life. No problem. A 1-2-3 fifth inning. Brett Cecil's settled into a groove. Sunday, July 24th, and all week we're going to take a look back at his fine career and talk about the 5 greatest moments of Robbie Alomar's career as a Blue Jays in the countdown to Cooperstown.
Well, the first one is just him arriving in Toronto in 1991, helping the Blue Jays get into the playoffs. This is some action against the Minnesota Twins. We would end up losing that, and the Twins would win the World Series, but we all knew that there was something special about Robbie Alomar the first day he took the field down in Dunedin, Florida.
You'll see it all on Rogers Sportsnet beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 10 a.m. Pacific Time. Robbie Alomar will be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. And Jamie Campbell, Greg Zahn, Shai Davidi, and Arash Madani will all be there. And they'll have a preview show beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. What a great moment for his entire family.
Would watch him take ground balls. I was playing first base and be right next to him in spring training that first year, and I'd watch him take ground balls and was marveling at the ease, at the way he moved around like a ballerina, how easily he flowed around the diamond and how soft his hands were. Special.
Ball on the strike. Slider just outside. You had played with Joe Carter. You were reunited with Carter when the trade went down. But talk about the conversation you had with Joe Carter and as he broke down Robbie Alomar.
I had signed the day before, and then the big trade was made between the Padres and the Blue Jays. And I called Joe and said, Joe, we're back together again. Our third team. We were together with the Cubs and the Indians in there. And I said, well, tell me about Robbie. And he said, you know all about Ryne Sandberg, who was at that time the best second baseman in the National League. He said, Robbie is better. And I said, come on, Joe. I mean, this is Ryne Sandberg. He said, no, you just wait. Watch him play second base. He is better than Sandberg. And Joe was right. He wasn't the offensive player at that time that Ryan Sandberg was, but was better defensively.
Had tremendous range and phenomenal instincts. His ability to know where to throw the ball, when to throw the ball, when to gamble, and when not to. Hot shot to third. Sean Figgins has it. Hill's retired. That's the first out of the fifth. But Robbie Alomar, somewhat in the same fashion of Jose Bautista, has the ability to make everybody around him better. And that's what he did with that team. He did things that made everybody want to follow in his path.
He made the first baseman better by his range. He made the shortstop better by the way that they talk. And I was talking to him the other day about second baseman and shortstop knowing a little bit about each other and spending some time. He says you wouldn't believe how important it is that the shortstop and the second baseman have to be married together. They have to know each other's instincts and how they play the game and where they want the ball on double plays, or it's not going to work. And he would spend countless hours with the shortstops. Omar Vizquel when he was with Cleveland, Cal Ripken when he was with Baltimore, Manny Lee when he was here in Toronto. And it wasn't a mistake that everywhere he went, the shortstop's combination and the second baseman were the best in baseball.
J.P. Arancibia lifts it to right. Ichiro is there. Well, you talk about graceful middle infield. How about Vizquel and Alomar when they were together in Cleveland? I don't know if you could find a better combination going back over the years.
I asked him about that, and he said we might have been the best when it came to like the sensational play, but he said the best shortstop I ever played with in understanding the game and where to position and everything, Cal Ripken, which surprised me. Yeah. I thought it would be Omar Vizquel, but he said Cal wanted to turn the double play a certain way, and I had to feed the ball to him a certain way.
Corey Patterson jumped on that first pitch fastball and drilled it into center.
That ends a string of 6 straight batters retired by Michael Pineda. Don't wait around. Fastball down the middle, away. Corey Patterson jumps all over it for his first hit.
You can see Pineda's reaction. He didn't expect that ball to be hit, especially hit so hard. Pretty good pitch down and away. Top of the order, Escobar has a hit. Pineda held the ball too long. Escobar asked for time at home and got it. Another aspect of Pineda's pitching that's impressive, his ability to hold runners close.
He's only made 1 error this year. 5 for 8 in pitchers caught stealing. Very impressive percentage.
Oftentimes when you get a big pitcher, it'll take a long time to unload the ball.
But he does a good job of getting it up there quickly. Long arms, long legs, that usually plays out to it. Takes a long time for him to get the ball to home plate, but Pineda doesn't do that. Watch how quickly he gets there.
Just a little courtesy toss over there to first, but his ability to hold the runner close has to do with how quickly he gets the ball to the catcher. Oliva's a strong arm thrower as well. Oliva's caught 32% of the runners this year. It's up near the top of the league. Escobar still flexing that left knee in his last at bat. On his 2-strike swing, he fouled the ball off and felt something on the inside of that left knee. They're going to keep a close eye on him, and if it should happen to bother him, they'll get him out of the game. Pitch out. Don't see that pitch out very often anymore. 0-2 pitch out. That's a terrible time to run if you're at first base.
with the lead of 3 runs and 2 strikes and a strikeout pitcher. Why even waste the time?
Yeah.
You go right after that hitter. Now if you're going to steal, now might be the time.
Right after the pitch out.
Right after the pitch out. You got to figure he's going to throw him a breaking ball at some point.
Fifth inning. Mariners up by 3. Escobar's hanging tough, and he's done this all year long. His ability to take close pitches and fight off good pitches. The reason he's hitting 300.
And he's got a very good on-base percentage, closing in on 380. That on-base percentage.
There goes Patterson. Ball is hit to the vacated spot at second. Patterson slid and popped up. He'll go to third. Starting the runner right there, got Escobar a base hit. Ackley covered the bag at second, left his defensive position, and Escobar poked it right through the hole at second.
Yeah, with that movement, watch Ackley take off on the pitch. If they don't send the runner, chances are that's an easy 4-3 ground ball double play, but it works out beautifully for the Jays as Patterson gets up and heads over to third base. Pick the right pitch to run on, pick the right situation to run on, and Escobar punches that ball to the right side.
So 2 outs and runners at the corners. Eric Thames had a single his last time up. And after that high fastball. Just off the outside corner. Eric Thames is playing in his 33rd game. Doesn't seem like he's played in that many games. He now has 122 at bats, and he's hitting .311, holding his own.
And he also has 10 doubles, a couple of triples, 4 home runs. He looks good against some of these better pitchers that we've seen.
Hit that one a mile, but it's foul into the upper deck and out.
That's the pitch that he has had to learn to hit, that fastball on the inner half. Last year in Double-A, talking to Louis Rivera, he was telling me that he would go around that pitch. His bat would get really long, his swing, and he would get jammed. This year, you can see he can handle that pitch by just getting his hands through.
Big bouncing ball to second. Ackley has it, and Thames is thrown out at first base. Blue Jays get a couple on, but they can't do anything against Michael Pineda. Robbie Alomar, Hall of Fame, coming up on Sunday. The Blue Jays will retire his number on Sunday, July 31st. TD Comfort Zone are members of the Canadian Armed Forces. The TD Comfort Zone, courtesy of TD Bank. And those three fellows right there are pals of Master Warrant Officer Rick Robertson. That's Rick leaning up there on the edge with his glove. He was deployed in Afghanistan and just returned on July 6th. And he and his buddies are on a baseball tour. Tonight, Rogers Center. Tomorrow, Comerica Park. He'll go on to Boston and Cleveland as well. So welcome home, fellas, and great job.
And enjoy your baseball trip.
How about that? I said, you're taking care of all the important stuff right out of the chute. He said, you bet. We had to get back and get to our Blue Jays game and see some baseball. And they all got their gloves, too. You and I can speak to the value of those gloves in that TD Comfort Zone.
Pay attention. It's almost like you're right on top of the plate. That ball can come down there quickly. Not a good start right here. 3 fastballs out of the strike zone for Cecil.
Bottom of the order. 8-9-1 for Seattle. Sean Figgins, a bunt single in 2 trips tonight.
His first career hit off of Brett Cecil. And it was perfectly placed on the right side of the infield with a runner at second base. Even if it doesn't work, it would act like a sacrifice.
Line to left and caught by Corey Patterson. What a job. That's a tough play. Corey Patterson has played his best outfield in left field.
He has had some starts in right field, a bunch in center field, but you're right. In left field, he has shown aggressiveness, good decision making, good route running. And this time, you got to make a decision very quickly. As soon as that ball is off the bat, you've got to make a decision. Do I go aggressively and try to attack it? And I say yes. And he did and came up with a nice play.
First pitch swinging is Greg Hallman, and he's retired. Boy, that defensive play really set up the inning.
It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Two outs, back to the top of the order. Ichiro will bat for the 4th time already tonight. He singled to center his last time up. That's the first pitch strike. I don't know what John Farrell told Brett Cecil after the 2nd inning, but whatever it was, he should write it down. He's been good since then. Located the pitches much more effective. He's done a good job of keeping his team in this ball game.
He walked a batter, hit a batter, and gave up a single, and that's been it since the 2nd inning. And he was telling us in between innings when we had him on in the 4th inning that all he has to do is just keep the ball down. If he keeps it down, he's going to be fine. His stuff is good.
Changeup is pulled foul. If Michael Pineda at 97 and 98 is more effective when he's down, certainly it makes sense that Brett Cecil would be much more effective. And how about that? Rick Robertson, the Master Warrant Officer, got a baseball.
That's why you bring your glove, to make those plays.
Looked like he was looking for a young fan to give that baseball to. So fresh back from Afghanistan, and he flips the ball to a young fan, and that's a perfect end to that fly ball. Another fine play in the outfield. Blue Jays flashing some leather. First Corey Patterson, then was center fielder Travis Snyder. 2 good plays, and all of a sudden Brett Cecil has a string of 9 straight retired with the help of his outfield defense. the 6th. He's 0 for 2 so far, but he has hit very well against Seattle. He's got an 11-game hit streak on the line, 375, 15 for 40, with 4 home runs. And one of those home runs came last year against the eventual Cy Young Award winner, Felix Hernandez.
Swinging a drive, high fly ball left field. This is deep. This is 50.
Jose Bautista hit his 50th home run against Felix Hernandez.
That was it too, wasn't it?
First inning, 1-0.
No mas.
He would obviously hit 4 more, finish up the season with 54. So far tonight, he's 0 for 2. His first game back since Thursday. He left that game after the 4th inning slide at third base. He sprained his right ankle. Hot shot right underneath Sean Figgins' glove. It was hit hard, but right at the third baseman.
Sean Figgins playing third base for the Seattle Mariners. Just got to get in front of this one, and he doesn't stay in front of it. Figgins will be charged with the error. Here's Bautista. Let's see how he looks coming out of that box on that ankle, and he's just going to take it easy. Again, that's where it hurts. The stopping and the starting, the sudden movements. That's where the ankle starts to feel it.
So it's an error on Sean Figgins. That starts things off here in the 6th. Adam Lind with a home run and a strikeout. First inning, 2-run homer. He got a pretty good fastball from Pineda last time up, a high fastball, and he struck out.
That home run that he hit was off of a breaking ball, and it just spun up there. He had thrown a fastball to him the pitch before, and he was late on it, fouled it off, spun a curveball, hit a home run, and now Pineda's challenging him.
Miguel Oliva's had a rough night behind the plate tonight. He's been rocked a couple of times, got hit on his forearm, had his glove bent back on a foul tip. Now he's getting some help from James Hoy, the home plate umpire, making sure he's okay, and let's go. Oliva just turned 33 years old on the 15th of July. Bouncing ball, big bounce for Ryan. Good feed to second. Ackley back to first, double play. You mentioned how well Brendan Ryan has played this year, and he backed up but really unloaded a strike to Ackley.
Well, he's got quick hands, he's got quick feet. He was very good when he was with the St. Louis Cardinals, and makes the transition over to Ackley, and you can see Bautista just peeling off around second base. Just doesn't have the strength to get in there and try and break it up. Mariners turn a big double play.
Ackley had never played second base until he signed with the Mariners. He was an outfielder early on, had Tommy John surgery, moved to the infield, played first base at the University of North Carolina, and the Mariners moved him to second, and so far so good with the transition. There's a long drive, but this is going to hook foul in the upper deck. That was a breaking ball, and there's a souvenir for somebody that can hurry up and get over there.
He's all by himself. He'll get it. Now he has to find it. That was the upper tank here. You're getting close.
And he got it. Not much competition up there. You don't see foul balls up there very often. The 5th deck here at Rogers Center.
Look at how far that is.
One and two. Little extra zip on that fastball at 98. And then that slider. It's 89. It's hard. I mean, there's a lot of major league pitchers that win throwing fastballs at 98.
That's an average major league fastball, but you can see that the Blue Jays have seen Pineda before. Earlier this year, when they saw him for the first time, they were offering at that pitch. They hadn't recognized that that's his breaking ball. Much better patience here tonight against him.
There's a walk that comes with 2 outs. First walk of the night for Big Michael Pineda.
They've done a good job with Pineda, really protecting him and not getting his pitch counts up. When the Blue Jays faced him his second start of the year, he threw 103 pitches. That's the second most pitches in a game this year. So right when he gets right around 100, that's when they start peeling him back.
Hard hit, but right to the second baseman. Snyder is retired, and the Blue Jays will strand another base runner. So Michael Pineda has had 6 smooth innings. He has a 3-run lead. And Twitter.com/Blue Jays, and we have a question now that we will discuss. There's been a question sent in by Weekend at Bernie's. Will the Blue Jays be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline this year, Mr. Tablet?
Well, I think they are going to stick to their plan, and their plan is that if it makes sense for the organization long term, where they can acquire pieces, chips, prospects, however you want to call it, I think they will make trades. But if not, I think that Alex Anthopoulos will stay with his game plan, think long term, and just business as usual.
Brendan Ryan will lead things off.
The Blue Jays have pieces that other teams want. They have veteran relievers that are very valuable this time of the year.
Right on cue, the GM has the phone to his ear, and he's been talking a lot on the phone. This time of the year, everybody is thinking about improving their team. Brendan Ryan slashes it to center field. Snyder gets over and cuts it off. Here's the throw to second base. It's on line, in time. He's out. Brendan Ryan gambling with nobody out, and Travis Snyder threw a strike to second base.
It's almost as if Brendan Ryan says, okay, Travis Snyder, this is your first start in center field this year. I'm going to test your arm. And he comes away with an out. Watch the jump by Snyder in center field. He tracks it, backhands it, plants that left foot, and then throws a strike right on the bag to get the out. That's his 4th outfield assist this season.
Obviously the first from center, and he looks very comfortable in center field.
Ryan was gambling that the throw was going to be offline. If it's offline just a hair, he makes it.
And it's a good time to gamble. Leading off an inning, you've got a 3-run lead. 7th inning, take a shot.
Go for that knockout punch.
Coaches will tell you right around first base, make him throw you out. And he did.
Just good play by Snyder. Backhanding it, planting, and then throwing accurately. And you don't make that play unless you go out there and practice it. And he is at the other end of that fungo every single day from Torey Lovullo.
And the ball is bounced to first, right to the bag. Adam Lind steps on the bag, and they're 2 quick outs. See Brendan Ryan in the dugout shaking his head, saying, I can't believe he made that throw. It was a good throw. How much does it help that Snyder is left-handed?
On that play, it made all the difference in the world. He didn't have to spin around or turn, pirouette, back to the infield. With the backhand in the plan, it was almost like a shortstop going in the hole, backhanding the ball and then getting something on the throw.
Catcher Miguel Olivo. Well, there's that good cutter. Started out over the plate, broke down and in, and Olivo swung right over the top of it.
That's all you want to do with that cutter to those right-handers. You want to start it on the inner half. You want to make them go after it and swing at it, and then have it end up out of the strike zone.
Mariners have done a good job of staying on Cecil's outside pitches. They've had a pretty good game plan. 1-2, 2 outs. There's that changeup in the dirt. Aaron Sevia's throw to first will retire Olivo. Another good inning for Brett Cecil. Gives up a leadoff single, but good defensive play by center fielder Travis Snyder. Throws out Brendan Ryan, a 1-2-3 7th. On his team, and Jamie Wright, one of the veteran relievers in the bullpen for the Mariners, called a players only meeting right at the start of the workout today. It was down the right field line up against the fence. They took it outside out of the clubhouse to kind of make it a relaxed atmosphere, and you got to imagine it was talking about the 9-game losing streak and how the guys needed to relax and just go out and play the game and have a good night tonight.
That's what we've talked about with players, that they take it personal and they don't want to go out there and embarrass themselves. 9-game losing streak. The manager, he can do everything he has to try and win ball games, but it's up to the players to take it on themselves. I give them credit to call the team meeting to air their laundry and everything with Michael Pineda on the mound. That's a good time to have a meeting when he or Felix Hernandez are pitching.
Yeah, managers will do that as well, saying you're going to have a meeting tonight. Now let's see, Roy Halladay's pitching. Good time for a meeting.
Because you want to validate it with a W.
There's a drive to left field. That'll be over the left fielder's head. Howman throws it into second. Aaron Hill will get there with a stand-up double. Ball bouncing around on the infield, but Aaron Hill leads off the 7th with a double. His 14th double of the season.
The difference between the play by Snyder and Hallman is the accuracy in the throw. Fastball right down Broadway, and Aaron Hill doesn't miss too many of these. He hits it hard, and he knows right out of the box he's got to hustle because that ball's going to ricochet right back to the left fielder. He hustles, the throw is offline, and he makes it easily.
Greg Hallman playing in left field. Hallman has a 3-run homer here this evening. J.P. Arencibi, the number 8 hitter. Blue Jays are down by 3. You're right about the Blue Jays recognizing that slider a little more effectively tonight.
Much better than the first time they saw Pineda back in April in Seattle. They are just taking it right now until they get to 2 strikes.
Ball on the strike. Blue Jays 2 runs on 6 hits against Michael Pineda.
Closing in on 100 pitches. So we will watch that very carefully. Mariners have been very consistent in his pitch count this year. No more than 106. No less than 85. He's at 92 now.
There's that slider that Arencibi chases. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out here in the 7th. Mariners bullpen begins to work. The right-hander is Jeff Gray. The left-hander is Aaron Laffey. Jamie Navarro is the bullpen coach. Very good major league pitcher. Olivo wants to talk things over with Michael Pineda. Of course, there was so much controversy during the Yankees series in the first 2 games about the Blue Jays relaying signals from second. It was suggested by the Yankee manager Joe Girardi they might even be using some outside interest in relaying signals. But evidently they took the weekend off.
That's right. You hear about it for Saturday and Sunday.
Strike 3 called. Good fastball on the outside corner.
Strikeout number 6 tonight for Michael Pineda. He gets J.P. Arencibi a thinking breaking ball with that good fastball. He's got plenty to put it on the outside corner. Look at that, right on the black.
And going away from Arencibi. Corey Patterson ripped a single to center his last time up. This time he shows bunt and fouls it into the glove of Olivo.
Not a bad idea. You need base runners right now. Get on any way you can. He singled to center field his last time up on a first pitch fastball. Same thing that time on the inner half, but he got a breaking ball.
Pineda is very aware, recognizing that Hill had a good lead at second.
Well, Aaron has stolen 13 out of 14 bases this year. Blue Jays, it's getting around the American League that they are very aggressive when it comes to stealing third base. So he is paying a lot of attention to Hill at second.
2 balls and a strike. To me, this visit right here from Olivo is, hey, Michael, you pay attention to me. Don't worry about that guy at second. His run doesn't mean a thing. The only guy that matters right now is in the on-deck circle. That's Junel Escobar.
Yeah, I think so. I think it crossed him up a little bit, too. Watch how he receives this pitch. Thinking of it was a breaking ball, and he's able to make the adjustment. And I don't think Aaron Hill's going to try and steal third with a left-handed batter up.
No, and it really doesn't make any difference. Pineda should focus on the signs and the batter, and that's where he needs to focus right now.
That's the guy that they are worried about.
Corey Patterson doing a good job of laying off that pitch.
He can turn around a fastball. And Corey Patterson, we saw him take Felix Hernandez deep in Seattle. So he can take him yard if he wants to.
This might be Pineda's last hitter. They got the bullpen ready.
He is sitting on 98 pitches right now.
Three and one. Hills at second base. Full count. Throw him a breaking ball. Walks in with a breaking ball. That brings the tying run to the plate.
Maybe he remembered also that Corey Patterson took Felix Hernandez deep. So Carl Willis is going to come out, and he might be saying, this is your last hitter right here. Even if you get him out, we want this right on right matchup. They've got Laffey, the lefty, in the bullpen for Thames.
Carl Willis done a good job with his young pitching staff. You can see he's talking to Olivo as much as he's talking to Pineda. And I got to believe he's saying, what are you guys doing? Throwing him a slider to walk him. If he hits it out of the ballpark, we still got a one-run lead. And that's part of being a pitching coach, just to remind his young pitcher what the situation is. But you can see everything was positive when he left the mound. And Pineda agreed. Willis has had a good track record as a pitching coach. Pitched for the Twins against his Blue Jays ball club back in '91 in the playoffs. And then was a very good pitching coach for the Cleveland Indians.
He was on the staff of Eric Wedge when Wedge was the manager of the Indians. So now that walk brings the tying run to the plate. And you know Escobar.
Escobar has a couple of hits tonight. Looking for his third. Fouls back that good fastball.
That's the best time to sit on that first pitch fastball. Right after he has walked the number 9 hitter, he's drawn the pitching coach out there to talk to him. You sit on that first ball fastball. He just missed it.
Didn't miss that one. That's a fair ball down the right field line. Hill's coming around third. He'll score. Corey Patterson's being stopped at third base, and Escobar delivers a 2-out RBI double. His third hitter tonight.
You try and pull Michael Pineda and bad things are going to happen. And with the stroke that Escobar has, it fits in nicely for the way Pineda pitches. Right field. Stay with it. Inside out stroke, and he mashes it right by Smoke. Keeps it between the bag and Justin Smoke and down into that corner for extra bases. 1 run scores in Hill. Patterson can just get to third. And with 1 out and a couple of runners in scoring position, Michael Pineda's lifted.
Pineda will be taken out of this ball game. He'll turn things over to the bullpen. The left-hander Aaron Laffey will come on to face Eric Thames when we come back. It's a 2-run game here in the center. Canada's Got Talent are looking for our best talented performers. Auditions are being held in Vancouver, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, and Halifax. Canada'sGotTalent.com has all the date and location information. We're looking for all acts of all ages. Sign up now. Practice up. Show up for Canada's Got Talent. Second and third, one out. Aaron Laffey, the left-hander, to face Eric Thames. First pitch upstairs. Thames has a single into center field. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Fouls off that pitch. Ball on the strike.
Laffey comes over from the Cleveland Indians. Eric Wedge had him in that organization. They made a trade for him, and he's had a good year. 183 earned run average. The only left-hander in the bullpen for the Seattle Mariners. Doesn't throw very hard. He's a converted starter. Here's a starter with the Indians. He's a breaking ball specialist. So Thames got to sit on it.
And he gets the fastball down and away. Laffey's ahead. A ball and 2 strikes. Thames has hit just .222 against left-handed pitching, but he has 2 home runs against lefties.
One of those lefties was pretty good.
Cliff Lee hit his first big league home run against Paul Mahalem of the Pirates. Fights this one off. Just foul. Just barely outside the bag at first. Sounded like he broke his back. That would have got a run in.
Well, this is a big at-bat right here for Eric Thames and the Blue Jays. If he could somehow find his way on base, they're going to have to pitch to Jose Bautista. If he cannot get the runners in or cannot get on first base, they'll probably just end up walking Bautista, keeping Laffey in the game, and have them face Adam Lind. So this is a big at-bat right here.
Lots of dominoes fall if Thames doesn't get on. 1 and 2, 1 out. Drives that ball to left field. Hallman came in, and the tag at third by Patterson. He'll come in to score. Thames picks up the RBI. And it's a 1-run game. 5-4 Mariners.
And he stayed on that one. They were probably telling him down there that breaking ball with 2 strikes, so stay on it. Don't overcommit and try and pull it. Just stay right with it. Keep that front shoulder closed. And he got enough of it to get into the outfield to pick up the RBI. That's his 15th.
So Aaron Laffey is lifted. He gets an out, but gives up a sac fly and an RBI. It's now a 1-run game. The right-hander Jeff Gray will come on to face Jose Bautista. Interesting move by Eric Wedge. 2 outs and a man in scoring position. Jose Bautista will bat. Bautista so far tonight 0 for 3. Eric Wedge had a left-hander in the game, Aaron Laffey. Thames hit the sac fly. Now he brings the right-hander Jeff Gray to pitch to Bautista. Off the plate. Do you find this interesting how they are pitching to Bautista?
Well, they only have one left-hander in the bullpen, and I understand about walking Bautista with first base open. He represents the go-ahead run late in the game, so I understand that. But we've seen it backfire on teams when they pitch to him.
And we have seen the flip side of that as well. The walk Bautista, Lind hit a grand slam in that situation. But he had an opportunity to keep Laffey in the game, walk Bautista with the base open, and go lefty on lefty. Laffey to Lind. 2-0 to Bautista. Base hit up the middle. Escobar got a good break. He's coming around third. Here's the throw from Gutierrez. Right on line, but late. Bautista delivers. It's a 5-5 game.
So a couple of things have happened now on that base hit by Jose Bautista. They burned their only lefty in the bullpen. He faces one batter, gets him out. You pitch to Bautista, and he ties it up with a single in the center field. We have seen him beat teams left and right this year. And when they choose to pitch to him, he's been coming through. And now it's tied, and now you've got the righty facing the lefty.
Adam Lind has already homered tonight. Michael Pineda will end up with a no decision. 6 1/3, 7 hits, 4 runs charged to Pineda. All 5 runs are charged to Pineda. 2 outs, Bautista at first. Hit hard, but right to Ackley at second base. The Blue Jays are retired here in the 7th, but they scored 3 runs. Jose Bautista with the tying single to center. Michael Pineda, a good effort, but he's got nothing to show for it. He settled down after the second and allowed just 2 hits after the second inning, and he has kept his team in the ball game, and he is now going to get a no decision. But he really did a nice job of adjusting after the second.
He certainly did. He gave up a base runner in the 3rd inning, a couple more in the 4th, and then stranded them, and then just 1 more base runner in the 7th. That was wiped out on a great throw from Snyder in the outfield. So 7 innings, 9 hits, just 1 walk. Couple of strikeouts for Brett Cecil. He will give way now to Sean Camp. into the ball game. The right-hander is now tied with Jason Frazier for the most appearances for the Blue Jays this year at 42.
Dramatic shift for Justin Smoak, who bats left-handed for the first time tonight. He's a switch hitter, the first baseman. 0 for 3 so far. Hits that ball right over Hill's head all the way to the wall. Thames gets to it quickly, and he'll stop Smoak with a long single off the right field fence.
Good play by Thames in right field. They hit it through the shift. The Smoak. You can see where Aaron Hill is in short right field, and it gets over his head. With a good hustle by Thames, gets over, plays it off the wall nicely, gets himself set. You see how he turned to play that ball off the fence, got himself into throwing position, and holds Smoak at first.
Pinch runner Jack Wilson in this tie game takes over for Justin Smoak at first. Franklin Gutierrez, who's center fielder, 0 for 2, shows bunt, bunts it up the first baseline. Camp comes over, tough play. Camp bobbled it. The ball took him into foul territory. He caught it in fair ground. And then the bobble took him into foul territory, and he had nowhere to throw it.
Yeah, there was no lane for him to throw it. And he really had Adam Lynn stuck on the inside, but then he had to shift to the outside, and by then it was too late to make that play. Ball bunted by Gutierrez up the first base line. Camp comes off quickly, and watch where he catches it here. Bobbles it for a little bit. Now he's in foul territory, and Lynn, all he can do is just get into foul territory and catch the ball, make sure it doesn't go down the right field line.
It's a sacrifice bunt and an error on the pitcher. Mike Carp. Carp doubled his first time up. He's gone 1 for 3 all night in his first game back from the minor leagues. So the first 2 are on here against Sean Camp in the 8th. Eighth inning, 5-5 game. That's Casey Jansen, who has just been activated. Luis Perez was sent back to AAA. Perez did a great job while he was here. Jansen has been good all year long. He had some elbow issues, went down, rehabbed. He's been throwing the ball very well. John Farrell was hopeful they wouldn't have to use him tonight, as Jansen's pitched the last 2 days. Fouled out of play. 1-2.
Well, the thing about Sean Camp, he can find himself into trouble, but he's got a good sinking fastball and a good breaking ball that he gets a lot of ground ball. I remember the game in Seattle where he came in at a tough situation. They needed the ground ball double play, and he came through. Coaches told him when they brought him in, get a double play, get a grounder right here, let's get us out of this inning. He obliged, did that. They ended up losing that game. But if he can spot one of those good sinking fastballs down and away and get the ball on the ground.
He got a double play to end that disastrous 5-run 8th inning on the series opener back on the 11th of April. There's a double play ball. Hill to Escobar. Back to first, double play. Mike Carp hits it sharply right to Aaron Hill. Once he got it in Escobar's hands, it's academic. 2 down.
It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Sean Figgins, always a threat to bunt. He's just 2 for 10 against Sean Camp. He's already bunted for a base hit here tonight. He did that as a right-handed hitter. You could see him looking around at the infield, and Adam Lynn's awfully deep at first.
So is Aaron Hill at second base. They're going to need to come in and just respect Figgins. That ability to just bring it with them. You see him looking once again to the right side of the infield. Are there adjustments being made by the fielders pitch to pitch?
There's his strike. Ball and a strike, 2 outs. Big double play by Sean Kemp. Got the ground ball he needed. First 2 reached. Inside. Jack Wilson, the pinch runner, is at third. He took over for Justin Smoke. Right on the outside corner. 2-2. Full count, 2 outs. Go ahead run just 90 feet away. He walked him. So Figgins draws the 2-out walk.
Just would not bite on any of those pitches from Kemp. He got ahead 2 strikes and tried to get him to fish for it.
Greg Harmon will bat with 2 on and 2 outs in the second inning. He got a high breaking ball up in the zone and hammered a 3-run home run, his second home run of the season. And that gave the Mariners a 5-2 lead. No swing, says Lance Barrett down at first. Been on base twice tonight. Jack Wilson came on as a pinch runner. He's at third. Sean Figgins is a threat to run at first. Not going.
You know, we will see how this at bat winds up as Hallman fouled that ball down the left field line. You got to be thinking double steal.
Yeah.
Late in the game when you've got some speed on the bases, you've got a right-handed batter who's never faced Kemp before. Been watching Jeff Dax, the third base coach for the Seattle Mariners, and he's been talking to his base runner. He's been flashing a lot of signs. And if it gets to 1 strike, 2 strikes on Hallman, you got to be thinking about that, trying to steal a run here.
Wakamatsu giving signs to Aaron Sebia. Should the Mariners try to steal a run here?
The advantage that Jack Wilson at third base is that Edwin Encarnacion's got to play deep. With the right-handed batter up, he's got to play deep so he can get a huge lead at third base.
1-2. There's the fake to third. One and two, 2 outs. Gonna try it again just in case. It certainly screams for the Mariners to try to steal a run here. They've lost 9 straight.
And they've tried a little bit of everything tonight. Stealing third, bunting for hits. Any way to scratch out a run.
Popped up down the right side, and it's going to get back into the seats. The veteran Sean Kemp Gave up a leadoff base hit to Justin Smoke, then committed an error that allowed Gutierrez to reach on the sacrifice. But then he got the double play off the bat of Mike Karp. First in third. 5-5 game. Quick throw to first. He got him! Oh, what a job by Sean Kemp. Sean Fagans a little too casual at first base. Kemp didn't have to throw to the plate, and he gets out of the inning. Quick tag by Lind, and the Mariners are finished in the 8th. It's still a 5-5 game. Now it's time for a connected update with Jamie and Greg from the BlackBerry Broadcast Studio. Double play and then picks off Sean Figgins. The pinch runner stays in the game. Jack Wilson moves to second. And with that, the starting second baseman Dustin Ackley moves to first base.
You mentioned that he has played different positions in his career as an outfielder in college. So that first baseman's glove shouldn't be too foreign to him.
Jeff Gray came into the ballgame with 2 outs in the 7th. Gave up the RBI single to Jose Bautista and then got Adam Lind to line out to second.
Gray came over from the Chicago White Sox when the Seattle Mariners claimed him off waivers. Donnie Cooper really liked him in his bullpen, but there was just too many players down there, too many arms. So they put him on waivers, and he was claimed on May the 13th from Seattle, and he's done a good job for him.
Bouncing ball to Figgins at third. Couple of steps, and he throws across the diamond. 1 out. Gray started in the Oakland Athletics organization. He actually pitched in Vancouver. In 2005, he was a starting pitcher in his second season of pro ball. He's now 29 years old. And you're right. I remember Donnie Cooper was disappointed when they lost Jeff Gray.
Had a great spring for him. Had to pass him through waivers to try and get him down to the minor leagues.
Well, he's got that hard sinker, bottom of the zone. Travis Snider's 0 for 3. Boy, has he played well on the field tonight. Made a great throw in the 7th when he threw out Brendan Ryan to start that inning. Ryan headed for second, and Travis Snider threw him out.
He had 4 innings in Los Angeles. That was on April the 10th, where he played center field. He also had an inning in Boston, a mop-up game on July the 5th.
He played center field down in Las Vegas just prior to his recall with this type of situation in mind. Big, powerful right-hander, the chance to get 3 left-handed bats in the outfield. Tell you what, all 3 outfielders have played good defensively tonight.
Thames made a nice play last inning to keep a base hit off the wall to a single. Made a good strong throw. Corey Patterson made a great play. Great catch in left field earlier this game. And then Snyder made a running catch. You talk about the throw. The catch was very impressive also. He made that earlier tonight. That was in the 6th inning off of Ichiro.
And Corey Patterson has played his best defensively in left field. I mean, it's been night and day. He has really played well in left. 2-2, 1 out. Got him down and away. 3rd strikeout tonight for Travis Snyder. Aaron Hill ripped a double off the wall in left field, came around to score in part of that 3-run 7th inning.
Boy, he keeps the ball down, doesn't he?
Both with the 4-seam fastball and the 2-seam fastball. Bullet into center field. Aaron Hill's aboard with a 2-out single. He's 2 for 4 tonight.
That is a good sign when Aaron Hill is staying short and staying on the ball. Doubled off the left ball last time, and now a very solid single in the center field. Now he's a threat to steal.
J.P. Arancibia. Jeff Gray took a long time to unload that pitch. Torey Lovello at first base, keeping times on the pitchers and their release time. Aaron Hill has been very effective stealing bases.
Can take another step. Got back easily that time off of Gray. Coaches will study those pitchers and they'll study their tendencies, get their times to home, everything to help that runner to get into scoring position.
There goes Hill. Tough pitch for Olivo. He's got a strong arm and throws him out. We said that Olivo throws out runners at a 32% clip. He got a tough pitch to catch and throw, and he threw a strike. Just the 2nd time Aaron Hill's been thrown out stealing this season. Good jump at first, tough pitch for Olivo, but he's got a strong arm and a good tag by Wilson at second. Now it's time for a preview of what's coming up on Connected after the ball game. Here's Brad Fay. of the season in this 5-5 game.
Saw John Rouse 3 days ago against the Yankees. He had a no decision. He gave a couple of hits in 1 inning of work. New right-hander in there now to just shut down the Mariners here in the ninth. See if you can win it, pick up a W in the bottom of the ninth.
Craig Hallman was at the plate when Sean Figgins got picked off. Well, what a smooth play by Escobar. Not showing any signs of that knee problem that he experienced early in the game.
Scored on a single to tie it up a couple of innings ago when he was at second base on a base hit by Bautista. Now showing good lateral movement on that ball up the middle.
Ichiro 1 for 4 tonight. Side. John Rouse does a great job of pitching. Works both sides of the plate. Does it with his fastball and his breaking ball. Has a very good changeup.
Moves the ball around. And he gets those left-handers. He'll try and cut that ball on the outside corner. Make for it.
Play. I mentioned the Mariners coming into this series had lost 9 straight games. During that 9-game losing streak, they had scored just 11 runs. They scored in the first here tonight and then 4 in the second. They had a 5-2 lead. Around the corner.
They had hit as many home runs in that second inning as they had hit in the previous 14 games.
The entire month of July. They had 2 home runs in July. They hit 2 in the second inning. John Rouse should love to keep Ichiro off the bases. He's a threat to run every time he's on. Well, he can spoil some good pitches too.
That's the thing, right? When you think you have him, you've made a good pitch, and he's going to make himself out. He'll flip that ball to left field or just tick it into the stands to keep that at bat alive. You know, he's so comfortable at the plate when you watch him. His whole game is very relaxed. I don't think there's a tense bone in his body.
No, he really goes through a routine every day to make sure that he's prepared. Well, strikes it out. Got the ball in a good spot. 2 outs here in the ninth.
It's Canada's best-selling car 13 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Brendan Ryan, the shortstop's had a big night with the bat. He doubled, homered, and then popped up in the 4th, and then had a leadoff single in the 7th. He was trying to stretch it into a double and was thrown out. Went too far, got a piece of it. Foul tip into the glove of the catcher. Ryan, this is his 3rd 3-hit game of the season. Average of 256. The Mariners playing the first game of 9 games against American League East teams on the road. 3 here in Toronto, 3 in Boston, and then a road trip wrap up 3-game series against the Yankees. That's a playable ball into foul territory. Adam Lind, the first baseman, makes the catch. John Roush has a 1-2-3 ninth inning. Blue Jays will go to the bottom of the ninth. J.P. Arencibia, Corey Patterson, Yuna Escobar, the hitters. Hello, speed boost. Goodbye, waiting. Another first, only from Roger.
8th inning tie game, and the go-ahead run just 90 feet away. Sean Camp comes up with the year's biggest pickoff as he gets Sean Biggins over at first base to end the 8th inning to keep it a tie game.
J.P. Arencibia was at the plate when Aaron Hill was thrown out at second. Goes too far on that outside pitch. That slider, and he went after it as well. Well off the plate. It's 0-2. Gray's ahead.
Just not seeing the ball right there. He's committing before the ball. He can see it. Front shoulder is giving ground. He'll stay on this pitch.
Great pitch, strikeout for Gray. That starts the ninth.
See why the White Sox were reluctant to give up Gray. He's got good stuff. He's got good movement late. He will pick up his second strikeout since coming into the ball game in the 7th inning. It's the first down here in the 9th.
Corey Patterson has been on board twice tonight. He singled and walked. Boy, everything Gray has thrown is down around the knees with movement. Two and one to Patterson. Gloved by Ryan from his knees. No chance to get Corey Patterson. Patterson's aboard with one out.
Infield single for Patterson, his second hit of the game. Third time that he has been on tonight. He too is a threat to steal. 12 for 19 this year. Tough combination in Gray and Olivo. So we'll see how the Blue Jays play. hit and run worked nicely when Escobar was at the plate in the 5th inning and Patterson at first base.
Grounded the ball right to where Ackley was positioned before Patterson broke. You know, Escobar, 3 hits tonight, paired of singles and a double. His average up to 304 on the season.
He's also scored a couple of runs tonight.
There goes Patterson, got a great jump. Olivo's throw in time, and that looked like he was safe. Tom Hallion is going to get a visit from John Farrell. It looked like Patterson beat the throw and tag at second.
It was close last inning with Aaron Hill that ended the 8th inning. You mentioned that Olivo throws out 32% of the would-be base stealers, which is a very good percentage. He got Hill on a very close play at second and now gets Patterson on a very close play at second base.
Tom Hallion is the crew chief, veteran umpire at second base. He had a couple of bang-bang plays, and now John Farrell's getting a little animated in his discussion. Corey Patterson looked like he had that straight leg and it got the bag before the tag was applied.
We have the ability to watch it. It's a tough pitch again for Olivo to throw on, but he throws a seed. And for me, watching where Wilson tagged him up around the calf area. And if it's right in front of the bag, where's the foot? If he gets tagged again around the calf area in front of the second base.
But the reason he doesn't tag him on the foot is past the glove. Right. So there are 2 outs now. Olivo has done a good job of throwing tonight, and that was a tough pitch he had to handle and then make the transfer, and he threw a seed right on the bag. Looked like Patterson was safe. 3-0. The line score identical, 5-10-1 for both clubs. 5 runs, 10 hits, and an error. A 4-pitch walk. Escobar is aboard. Has been on base 4 times tonight, and that will continue to boost his on-base percentage. And now Escobar is going to be lifted in favor of the pinch runner, Rajay Davis.
The Blue Jays' best base stealer has been getting loose underneath the stands just in case they want to steal or if there's an extra base hit by Thames.
And you remember Escobar had problems with his knee early in the game, so they got fresh legs in there now. Eric Thames. A base hit and a sac fly tonight. Davis looks like he's ready to run. Davis, 25 steals. Quick tag by Ackley. It was close.
It's a very aggressive lead for Rajay Davis over at first base. He's got 1 foot on the carpet, 1 on the dirt. Exactly where good base stealers are. He'll take a little half step when Gray comes set.
Gray came into the game in the 7th inning. Blue Jays have had base runners on. So Torey Lovello, the first base coach, has had a chance to time him very closely. Time his release point. There's that stopwatch Lovello uses. 2 outs. Outside. From the pitcher's first movement to the time the ball strikes the catcher's glove, that's the release time that Lovello is monitoring. Davis has got a pretty good read on Gray now.
Yeah. And he's going down, back, a step and a dive to the outside part of that bag.
Good jump. High throw to second, into center. Davis is up, he's over to third. Olivo reached back for a little extra and airmailed second base.
Well, he knew that Davis is a good runner. And you're right, he reached back, wound up for a little bit more. And he took off on him. He knows he's got to be quick. And now Davis, just 90 feet away, this would have been close with a good throw. Heads up play by Davis, reacts as that ball heads into center field. And now can score on a wild pitch.
Davis fouls it off.
Or an infield single. So many newer ways you can score from third base. Blue Jays have had 6 walk-off wins this year.
Rajai Davis with his 26th steal of the season. He reaches third on the air by the catcher, Olivo. 2-1, 2 outs. Good rip by Thames. Second base, Wilson has it. And the Blue Jays will strand the run in the ninth. We'll go to extra innings. A 5-5 ball game. Over defensively in center field. Corey Patterson moves from left field to right field. Eric Thames is out of the game. Snyder moves from center field to left field. And John McDonald comes off the bench to take over defensively. At shortstop, he will bat in the number 2 spot in the place of Eric Thames, and the new pitcher will be Jason Frazier.
The all-time club leader in appearances now for Frazier. He set that last time out as he took over that spot from Dwayne Moore. This will be his 454th appearance in his career, 43rd, which is also the top number for the Blue Jays this year. Jason's had a very fine season. 39 innings, just 34 hits given up.
Dustin Ackley, the starting second baseman, he's since moved to first. He's 1 for 4 tonight. With that one hit, Ackley has hit in 20 of his 25 big league games. Came to the major leagues for the first time on June 17th during interleague play.
That was the book on him when they drafted him second overall just a couple of seasons ago. That he can hit. Just had to refine his defensive play at second base.
Hit his first big league home run in his second game. That came off Vance Worley, the Phillies pitcher. The changeup down and away. Ackley got his first big league hit off Roy Oswalt. He became the 19th Mariner to get a hit in his first big league plate appearance. 5-5 ball game. We are in the 10th inning. First of 3 against Seattle. There's a base hit for Ackley into right field. Corey Patterson gets it back. Leadoff man's aboard. Blue Jays have played very well in extra inning ball games for the season. They are 6-0 at home, 2-2 on the road, 8-2 overall. That speaks to the effectiveness of their bullpen late in the game.
Yeah, bullpen's been very good. They've come up with some timely hitting. Home runs played a big part in winning ball games late here at the Rogers Center. Escobar's had a walk-off home run.
We've seen Patterson, John McDonald. Ackley has 2 steals in 2 attempts. More than likely to see a hit and run rather than a straight steal in this situation. Catcher is Miguel Olivo batting. Bouncing ball, John McDonald. Good flip to Hill. Turns it over quickly. I'll tell you what, John McDonald can sit on that bench for 15 innings, come in and make an outstanding defensive play. That wasn't a tough play, but cold off the bench, he handled it gracefully.
You have to be able to read the ball off the bat. Give ground when you have to. He knows who the runner is. He gives ground, catches the big hop, and then gives a good feed to Aaron Hill at second base to finish off that double play. Yeah, you sit around for 3 hours and then come off the bench, and that first one's right at you. Sometimes it's sticker shock. You start going a little bit too quickly.
Jack Wilson batting for the first time. Came into the ballgame as a pinch runner in the 8th. Hitting .228 for the season. It's a little flare into right field. 2-out base hit for Wilson. Eric Wedge going through his signs with 2 outs and a runner on. With 1 on and 2 down, the center fielder, Franklin Gutierrez. Mariners led this game 5-2 after 2 innings. Blue Jays scored 3 in the 7th, and we are now in the 10th. Gutierrez missed the first 41 games of the season. Had stomach issues that had him on the disabled list until the 18th of May.
We didn't see him when we were out in Seattle in April, and they were missing his back. Fine defender. Again, won the Gold Glove last year for the Mariners in the American League. He has shown some power, too, in his career. He has spent some time with the Indians and with the Mets.
And an 18 home run season 2 years ago in Seattle. He had a 13 home run season in just 100 games with the Indians back in 2007. 13 home runs and 271 at bats. Wilson is 5 for 6 in steals this season. Two and one. Mariners trying to snap a 9-game losing streak. Blue Jays trying to inch back to 500. They're 2 games under. Outside. 3-1.
With every pitch, as you get deeper into the count, the infield should be moving. The outfield should be moving. You see them playing no doubles. And that is the go-ahead run now. 3-1. You got to figure that Gutierrez is going to get a fastball, so the outfield backs up just a little bit more, anticipating an extra base hit.
Inside, that tied him up.
Encarnacion, the third baseman, is going to guard the line, and that's something that the Blue Jays don't do a lot of. They play percentages on the infield. And the percentages in baseball say that ball's going to get hit more to the middle of the diamond. But they look at their spray charts and it says Gutierrez can hook those fastballs down the left field line, so they've got the third baseman guarding the line.
Full count, 2 outs. Jack Wilson will be off on the pitch. It's a 5-5 game here in the 10th. There he goes. Strike 3 call. Jason Frazier paints the outside corner with a good fastball at 93. Catches the corner with the heater. And the Blue Jays will go to the bottom of the ninth. Frazier does his job. Now it's up to the hitters. Bautista, Linden, and Encarnacion when we come back. Is David Polley, who's having an exceptional year. This is his 36th game of the season. You can see his ERA just under 2, and his whip is under 1.
He was signed as a minor league free agent by the Seattle Mariners from the Boston Red Sox organization. Spent his whole minor league career as a starter, but he has transitioned into the bullpen so he can go multiple innings. Got a fastball, curveball, slider, which is just like him.
Jose Bautista takes a first pitch strike. He thought it was upstairs.
And Paulie, like you said, has been very good of late. Tied for first in wins with 5 second innings pitched with 48 in the third.
Jose Bautista tied the game up in the 7th with a 2-out single off of Jeff Gray. That made it 5-5. Looking for breaking ball and got it and just fouled it back. Bautista's first game since spraining his ankle. And we haven't seen any signs that he's favoring that right ankle.
And that's always a good sign, especially the way he hits. He really loads up on that back leg.
Goes after that high fastball, and Paulie strikes him out, first out of the 10th.
You mentioned all the innings that Paulie has thrown this year, as that fastball is up and out of the strike zone. Second in innings pitched for relievers in the American League. He's only given up 2 home runs all season long.
Adam Lind has already homered tonight. June 14th, Adam Lind, a leadoff home run off Koji Uehara. A game winner came in the 11th. Paulie's ahead 0-2. Off the end of the bat, Ryan deep at short, unloads in a hurry, just in time to get Lind. Well, Brendan Ryan knew he didn't have much time to hold on to that baseball, and he let it go quickly.
And he was playing up the middle, respecting that ability of Adam Lind to hit the ball up the middle. He's got a long way to go. He rounds into it nicely and throws off his back foot accurately just ahead of Lind. It's a nice play.
Edwin Encarnacion, the third baseman. Off-speed pitch had him out in front. Got underneath it and popped it high, and it's going to get back into the seats.
They're going to have to string some hits together, I think, against this relief corps of Seattle. They have given up the fewest home runs in the American League. The Seattle relievers, they've only given up 14 all season long. Paulie, League. We've already seen Gray and Laffey.
There's a base hit through the hole on the left side. Encarnacion keeps it alive here in the 10th. Travis Snyder has a walk-off base hit. To his credit, came against Ivan Nova in the Yankees here earlier in the season.
That was a double to right center field, a gapper that scored Edwin Encarnacion, who was on first base. Lightning strike twice here.
Goes after that first pitch. Snyder has 3 strikeouts, and here's that base hit off Nova. He was 0 for 5 at the time, and by the time Granderson plays it off the wall, Encarnacion is headed home with the game-winning run.
Travis Snyder is better when the ball is down. He's got that swing where he can go down and get that ball and drive it into the gaps. You have to stay on it.
That's what he's done so well since he's come back from AAA. Stayed on the ball, goes with what the pitchers give him. 0-2, 2 outs. Got him. David Pauly has a good inning, couple of strikeouts in the 10th. We will go to the 11th inning. It's still 5-5. In the 11th inning of this 5-5 game. Mariners bullpen has done a good job. David Pauly, with his first inning of work, had a couple of strikeouts. Jason Frazier, in his second inning of work, gave up a couple of hits but had a double play and a strikeout. 7, 8, 9 for the Mariners. Mike Karp, the DH tonight, starts things off. Ball on the strike. Mike Karp was recalled from AAA Tacoma on the 18th of July. Carlos Peguero was optioned out. Peguero got some power, a lot of promise with the bat, but he needs to go down and work on his plate discipline.
Needs to play every day also. That's the important thing when you got young players like that. They've got to play it every day, and if you can't guarantee them an everyday job in the big leagues, it's better off if they stay in AAA.
Mike Karp had two different stints with the Mariners. 2009, 2010, and then he's been back and forth a couple of times this year. 2-2. Late on that fastball. I think it's good. You get a kid up here, give him a little taste of the big leagues, and Peguero had some at-bats, had a chance to see big league pitching. And now he knows what challenges are facing him. Go down and can work on those things, much like Travis Snyder did. Make some adjustments and get back to the big leagues. That ball is driven in the gap, and that's going to get past Corey Patterson all the way to the wall. Rajay Davis, and now Patterson and Davis have trouble, but Karp will stop at second. A leadoff double here in the 11th.
That could have been dangerous right there when Corey Patterson did not field the ball cleanly. It looked like Mike Karp just anticipate he'd catch it and then started pulling up. Pitch right down the middle, and he splits the outfielders in right field. Here's the bobble right here, and he had already started slowing down right there. Some communication problems, it looks like, between Patterson and Davis, but Carp stops at second base.
Yeah, I agree. I think Carp conceded that he was only going to get to second. And had he taken a full head of steam in there to the bag at second, once the ball got past Patterson, he had a shot at going to third. But now he's got Sean Figgins. Figgins has already bunted once tonight. Ended up in a sacrifice situation. He bunted and got the base hit. That was back in the second. Squares to bunt, pulls the bat back. Here's a throw, and they've got the runner hung up. John McDonald to Encarnacion, and what a mistake. Mike Hart, anxious to get a good jump at second base, got too far off the bag, and the Blue Jays erased that leadoff double.
It's a tough play, especially when that batter gives up on that. It's a play that the Blue Jays will use defensively. They'll throw a high fastball, see if he bunts through it or takes it, and try one shot at picking him off. The important part here is John McDonald, the veteran shortstop, went to the bag. Anticipating something like that, he went to the bag instead of stayed out there at shortstop. That set that whole play up.
J.P. Arencibia made one of his best throws of the recent past. He threw a strike to McDonald, and that really got that rundown started very effectively. McDonald's been in the game for 2 innings and had 2 good defensive plays. Double play started in the 10th, and there starts the rundown. 2-1. Boy, that certainly changed the complexion of this inning.
Certainly. I was thinking 2 and 3 batters ahead. They've got the right-hander on deck. If it's a sacrifice and he's at third base, there was probably going to be a pinch hitter. That's why John Farrell has the left-hander up, and there's so many different moves that you have to think about. But with the pickoff play, everybody's kind of takes a step back and regroups.
Right on the outside corner.
This is Jason Frazier's second inning of work. His career high is 2 2/3, so that's why you see the right-hander Dotel on your left and Zebchinski on your right.
Sean Figgins takes the walk. Second time he's walked tonight. John Farrell is out. He's got the right-hander Dotel ready, and that's who he calls. He wants Dotel to come in here, and the scheduled batter is Greg Hallman. Seattle's got some options. They got left-handed bats on the bench. So Frazier goes an inning and a third, and he will give way to Octavio Dotel. It's a 5-5 game, top of the 11th. Bautista welcomes Jeff Gray into the game. He just came in to pitch to Bautista. It's a 5-4 game. Bautista delivers the RBI single to center.
Almost hits Gray with that ball. Gets by him, and then the second baseman Ackley almost comes up with it, but it makes its way into center field. That tied the score, and that's where we stand here in the 11th inning.
Octavio Dotel coming on to face Greg Hallman. Hallman's had a home run tonight. Overall, he is 1 for 3. Sean Figgins at first. Good rip. Hallman was born in Haarlem, Netherlands. He played for the Netherlands in the WBC in 2009. Actually played in the Dutch Pro League. Mariners really good at international scouting.
Felix Hernandez comes to mind, and Michael Pineda. Ichiro Suzuki comes to mind. Here's another one.
Inside. Ball and a strike. Each time you mention those players, Hallman, Suzuki, Hernandez, Pineda, more than likely Bob Engel's been involved in the signing, the former great Blue Jays scout who has taken his skills to Seattle. He went there originally with Pat Gillick, and he's still doing a great job. Jammed, and Lynn's going to make the play. Dotel gets in the kitchen of Greg Hallman.
Dotel has that ability, boy. He's got a good fastball, and he has really eaten up the righties this year, hitting just 160 on them with pitches like this. Gets himself a bat, a little flare to first baseman.
Octavio Dotel is doing a good job, really throwing the ball well. Ichiro Suzuki, the leadoff batter, is scheduled, so the left-hander Mark Zebczynski comes out of the bullpen. 2 outs here in the 11th in this 5-5 game. We're connected on Sportsnet's East in Ontario. If you're looking for more baseball, West and Pacific have the Texas Rangers looking for a 12th straight win as they take on the Angels in Anaheim. Alexi Ogando at 9-3 goes up against Tyler Chatwood at 5-5. Texas has a 4-game lead over the Angels. Spectacular night here in Toronto. Mark Zebczynski on to face Ichiro. Well, what a job Zebczynski has done his first year as a reliever, and he's adapted to this role very effectively.
Fewer hits than innings pitched for Zebczynski. An ERA under 3. He'll pick up the strikeouts when you need them.
Left-handers hitting 162 against Zebczynski.
This might have to do with the runner also at first base with the left-hander on the mound. Figgins is a threat to steal. If you look at the raw numbers.
Ichiro hits it to McDonald. Flip to second in time to get Figgins. Dotel, Zebchinski, they each get their man. The Blue Jays have a chance to win it. The bottom of the 11th. Hill, Aaron Seavey, and Patterson when we come back. When the Jays take on the Seattle Mariners in the second game of this series. Jamie and Greg will start with the pregame show. Pat and I will follow up. First pitch just after 7 o'clock. It's Blue Jays baseball, and it all starts with Jays Connected at 6:30 Eastern tomorrow on Sportsnet 1.
Brandon Morrow versus Jason Vargas, and the Blue Jays jigged up their starting rotation a little bit today.
Morrow will move into that spot. Jojo Reyes will be pushed back until Friday's opener against the Texas Rangers. Ricky Romero will go on Thursday afternoon, the series finale against Seattle. Well, the fans react differently than Aaron Hill. He knew that was a breaking ball that he had to bail out on. Hill's hit the ball hard twice tonight.
Curveball. You see it, you give ground, and just turn your head and duck out of the way.
David Polly, the third Mariner relief pitcher to work tonight. Aaron Laffey came in, got just 1/3 of an inning, gave up a sac fly to Eric Thames. Bouncing ball, big hop for Sean Figgins. One down. JP Arencibia 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts tonight. Arencibia's first look at David Polly. Another big bouncing ball. Figgins had to play that ball out of the lights, but makes a strong throw. 2 quick outs. Seattle Mariners have had trouble with the Toronto Blue Jays. You look back over the last 37 games here at Rogers Center. The Mariners have won just 10 of those games. They haven't pitched well. They haven't scored many runs, and they've been out-homered dramatically by the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays have really had their number, but that's not the case here tonight. It's a 5-5 game into the bottom of the 11th.
You get some good pitching, something that you're always going to get when you face the Mariners this year. But you're right, they have had their way with them in just about every aspect of the game over their last 37, especially in the win column.
Patterson trying to end it right there
with one swing. Anytime you can beat a big league team 27 out of 37 times, it's tough to do.
This is popped up and playable. Sean Figgins, the third baseman, picks up all 3 outs here in the 11th. Another good inning for the Mariners bullpen. Is on deck Miguel Olivo, the third hitter scheduled to bat here. Leading off the 12th, Mark Zepchinski got the final out of the 11th. Got Ichiro Suzuki to hit into a fielder's choice.
Ryan, his second chance for the cycle. Last time up, he popped to Adam Lind over at first base.
This time he hits a grounder to Lind and wins the race to the bag. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 12th. Ackley is a couple of singles. His RBI came in the first. This time of the year, with the trade deadline coming up, just 12 days away, a lot of teams looking around, seeing if they can fortify their chances to get to the postseason. With that, you would think that some of these Blue Jay relievers have been targeted by some of those contending clubs.
I know that one of those contending clubs has sent a scout here to take a look at them. That is the spot where a lot of those teams will look for it to fortify quickly.
Through Monday's games, there were 15 teams within 4.5 games of a playoff berth. I mean, that's a lot of opportunities for teams to get into the postseason. Yankees a game and a half behind Boston. Detroit a game behind Cleveland. The White Sox 4.5 back. Strike 3 called. Good fastball, catches the outside corner.
Very nice by Zepchinski as he throws one by Ackley, and he knows it. There are a few other clubs that are out there, so teams that are looking for some veteran relievers, if the Blue Jays want to give some up, they've got some.
St. Louis, a half a game behind Pittsburgh, tied with Milwaukee. Milwaukee made the most significant move early on. They picked up Francisco Rodriguez from the Mets. Rodriguez has an option on his contract. $17.5 million kicks in if he makes a total of 55 games finished.
And I know they just redid that, the 2012 option for K-Rod in Milwaukee. This is where the teams that really think they have a shot will go out and try and get two closers. The one they have and then try and get another one. Milwaukee thinks they have it in Axford now, and Rodriguez, you hear Heath Bell's name out there. The closer, the all-star closer for the San Diego Padres, his name linked to the Philadelphia Phillies.
Seems as though Carlos Beltran will be moved if they can find a good fit. Beltran's in the final year of a 7-year contract. He's 34 years old, playing very well. Jose Reyes has been the point of conversation. Reyes is just 28 in the prime of his career. He has stated time and time again he wants to stay with the Mets.
And that would cost a lot if you would try and sign him or trade for him.
But an inning by Zebchinski. A 1-2-3 12th inning with a couple of strikeouts. Blue Jays will bat bottom of the 12th inning. Top of the order. Rajai Davis with his speed will lead things up. John McDonald can handle the bat. He's batting second. And the home run leader in the big leagues is scheduled up third. Five game. Mariners haven't scored since the second. Blue Jays scored 3 in the 7th to tie it up. Mariners have been shut out for 10 innings. That's the way things have been going for them lately.
It certainly has. They have been on pace for about 517 runs for the season, which is very low, about 3 runs a game. Busted out very quickly with 5 runs in the first 2. That's been it.
Rajai Davis, his first at bat of the night. He came into the game as a pinch runner for Yunel Escobar in the 9th inning. He stole second and went to third on the throwing error by the catcher, Miguel Olivo. That was his 8th error of the season. David Pauley is the 3rd reliever to work for Seattle. Pulled to the hole. And then Ryan on the run. What a play. Both ends by Ryan with the play and throw, and Dustin Ackley digging it out of the dirt.
Wow. What a play by the shortstop, Ryan. Remember who's running now, Rajai Davis. And then Ackley on the other end. First the backhand and the throw, and it's off target. But Ackley keeps that left foot on the bag as he goes down and picks it just ahead of Rajai Davis for the first out.
Great concentration by Ackley. He started the game at second base. John McDonald. Boy, that was a big play. You get Rajai Davis on base, you can do a lot of things.
You can steal, You can then bunt him to third base. Then you're walking Bautista. You're walking Lynn. I mean, there's all kind of things that could happen.
John McDonald way out in front of that pitch. Johnny Mack has a walk-off home run this year. Came against Adam Russell of Tampa Bay. Right here in extra innings. He's a guy that you think about with the glove, but right here, this is a walk-off home run for John McDonald. This ball is popped up. Shortstop Brendan Ryan. 2 outs. Jose Bautista tied it up in the 7th with 2 outs.
Sneaks it by Gray, comes within a whisker of hitting the pitcher. And then the second baseman, Ackley, tries to knock it down. He can't get it. Escobar slides across, and that's the last time we've seen a player touch home plate tonight.
Hard slider slipped out of the hand of David Pauly. Bautista with 31 homers. We have seen no hint of any problems with his right ankle at the plate or on the bases. Heavily taped, taking all the way. Sean Figgins is standing right on the foul line at third to guard against that ball down into the left field corner.
If he's going to hit a double or an extra base hit, he's got to hit it over his head or split the outfield. No doubles defense for the Mariners here in the 12th.
Pops this one up down the right side. Ichiro with great speed gets there and makes the catch in foul territory. 1, 2, 3, 12th inning. David Pauly's had 3 solid innings of relief. We'll go to the 13th. Induction ceremony will take place on Sunday, July 24th. Sportsnet will have all the action. It's the most significant Hall of Fame induction in Canadian baseball history. Pat Gillick, Robbie Alomar, and former Expos broadcaster Dave Van Horn will be honored in Cooperstown. Join Jamie Campbell, Greg Zahn, Arash Madani, and Shai Davidi as Sportsnet covers Cooperstown like never before. It all begins at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday on Sportsnet East, Ontario, West, and Pacific. Bert Blyleven will also go into the Hall of Fame with Alomar and Gillick. Sebczynski snares that hot shot off the bat of Jack Wilson. Sebczynski has retired all 5 he's faced. Franklin Gutierrez is average at 187. We mentioned Gutierrez missed the first 41 games of the season with stomach problems. First, they couldn't figure out what was bothering him, and he was pretty sick early in the season. He was activated on the 18th of May. I would imagine Mark Zebchinski's probably been the subject of a couple of phone calls to the Blue Jays. He's really adapted well. I think he's too valuable to even consider.
Well, right now he becomes even more valuable. He's the only lefty in the bullpen for the Blue Jays. They sent out Luis Perez this afternoon to make room for Casey Janssen. I think he's adapted, like you said, to the reliever role. Plus, you control him.
Yeah.
He's not going to be a free agent for a few more years.
We will see Luis Perez again before this year's out. He really did a good job and handled everything very well. Casey Janssen took his spot, and Casey's throwing the ball well. It's good to see him healthy and back again. Two and two off the end of the bat. Zebchinski flips it to Lynn just in time. Again, that was a tough play because the ball was spinning. Adam Lynn didn't know whether to go after it or go to the bag, but Zebchinski did exactly what he's supposed to. He stayed with it.
That's right. The first baseman has to be the quarterback there. If you can get it, go ahead and take it. But this one off the end of the bat by Gutierrez. Some indecision between Lynn, but then Zebchinski stay right with it, aggressively caught it, and then knows how he can just flip it over there to record the out.
Zebchinski could have taken another step and stepped on the bag and then not risked the possibility of that ball falling to the ground. But there are two outs. Mike Carps had a pair of doubles. Made a big base running mistake in the 11th when he hit the leadoff double and then was caught in a rundown after he strayed too far off the bag at second. On a bunt attempt by Sean Figgins. 0-2, two outs. Pokes the base hit into center field. Carps had a nice night, a 3-hit night.
There's been a couple of pickoffs tonight against the Seattle Mariners that have really helped the Blue Jays stay in this ballgame. They had, in the 8th inning, the go-ahead run at 90 feet when Sean Figgins was picked off over at first base by Sean Camp, and then the one you just talked about after that leadoff double in the 11th.
First pitch strike to the third baseman, Sean Figgins. Eric Wedge's team jumped out to an early lead, but they haven't been able to solve Blue Jay pitching since the second. Ball on the strike, two outs. Ball is lying down the right side. Corey Patterson gets there. Mark Zebchinski has another good inning. Adam Lynn will start things off for the Blue Jays. He'll be followed by Edwin Encarnacion, the third baseman, and Travis Snyder. 4, 5, and 6, bottom of the 13th. first inning, erased an early deficit with his 17th home run of the season.
Got a curveball from Michael Pineda. It sped his bat up, and Adam Lynn doesn't miss too many of these. Hits it in the second deck down the right field line. Home run number 17. Like you said, RBI is 53 of 54. And now has a chance here in the 13th inning to do it again. There are the numbers for Lynn. 1 for 5 tonight. That's his only hit, that home run. He'll be facing a different pitcher.
Both bullpens have done a good job here. Obviously, nobody has scored since the 7th. It's the veteran Jamie Wright. We mentioned he and Jack Cuss orchestrated a pregame meeting, just a players-only meeting, talking about snapping this 9-game losing streak. Makes his 38th appearance of the season.
344 earned run average. He has faced Adam Lynn before in their career, and Lynn's hit a home run off of him.
Hard hit. Jack Wilson is there. 1 down.
That's what you will get, a lot of ground balls with Wright on the mound. He sinks his fastball, he keeps it down, doesn't give up a lot of home runs. So they're going to have to make him bring it up.
Jamie Wright's a big fella. He signed initially with the Colorado Rockies, his first year ball. 1993, played in the Arizona League. Edwin Encarnacion.
37 appearances, like you mentioned about Wright. 26 of them have been scoreless.
Two and 0. Encarnacion singled his last time up. That was in the 10th off David Pauly. The only hit that Pauly allowed in 3 innings of relief.
Green light him. 3-0.
Sure. Green light him in this situation. Just hope that Jamie Wright grooves one. That kid needs to go to bed. On the outside corner.
Tough 3-0 pitch. He was swinging too. He was loading up on that back leg, and he was going to take a mighty cut to try and end it.
He'll take the walk. Comes with 1 out here in the 13th. Stay tuned following the game for Connected on Sportsnet East and Ontario. If you're looking for more baseball, Western Pacific, you have the Texas Rangers looking to make it 12 straight wins as they take on the Angels in Anaheim. Great pitching matchup. Young Alexio Gando looking for his 10th win of the season. Tyler Chatwood, also a rookie at 5-5. Rangers currently have a 4-game lead on the second place Angels.
Mike McCoy comes into the ballgame to pitch run for Edwin Encarnacion. A little bit more speed. If Snyder can get a gapper, McCoy can score. Not really a base stealing threat. Not with Wright and Olivo, the battery for Seattle, but just a little bit more straight ahead speed.
Just in case you get that ball in the gap. Been a rough night for Travis Snyder against his hometown team. He grew up outside of Seattle. Grew up rooting for the Mariners. Tonight he is 0 for 5 against the Mariners and 4 strikeouts. Travis still makes his home in suburban Seattle. Got back there for the All-Star break and had a lot of family and friends over for a cookout. He'd like to ruin the Mariners' night here tonight.
He is 2 for 2 against Jamie Wright in his career. So maybe the right man at the right spot. Some speed at first base.
Blue Jays are a perfect 6-0 at home in extra inning games. Has a good look at that pitch. It's 3-0. Reds having trouble. 2 balls and no strikes. Excuse me. Aaron Hill. He's had a couple of hits tonight.
Get him to elevate the ball. That pitch was up, that 2-0 pitch.
Inside, 3-1. You can take a shot right here if you want to and start the runner. Figuring that Wright's got to throw a strike, put McCoy in motion, might open up a hole on the infield, and if Snyder can drive it to the outfield, McCoy's got a shot to score. 3-1, 1 out. Not going. Ball is driven to the opposite field. Gutierrez can run. Hallman is there. Gutierrez makes the catch, and McCoy has to scamper back.
You can see why he is a Gold Glove center fielder. He covers a lot of ground, takes control in the outfield. He was playing Snyder to right center field, and that ball kept slicing away from him. Covers the ground, calls off Hallman. It was almost miscommunication.
Looked like Hallman actually reached for the ball, but Gutierrez stayed right with it, made the catch behind the left fielder. So 2 outs now. Aaron Hill, we mentioned a couple of hits in 5 at bats. There goes McCoy. Oliva bobbles it, and McCoy will steal it. Oliva threw out a couple of base runners tonight. Davis had a stolen base in the 9th, and this is another tough pitch. The ball's in the dirt. A desperation transfer, and he couldn't come up with it. So with the runner at second, open base, they'll put Hill on
and take their chances with J. Pierre and Sebia. 4th stolen base of the night, or of the season for McCoy. They decide that they're going to pitch to the rookie as opposed to the veteran.
Now John Farrell had to take the shot to get the winning run in scoring position. McCoy steals it. So now Eric Wedge elects to walk the veteran Aaron Hill, who has a couple of hits tonight, and he'll work to J.P. Arancibia, who's had a rough night.
And the first pitch after an intentional walk is always a very dangerous pitch. Just throwing a couple wide ones to get to this situation, so just be ready for that first one.
Jamie Wright's a veteran. He's 36 years old. He understands what Arancibia is looking for. Threw him a first pitch strike on the corner.
All 3 of the outfielders can throw for the Mariners, so it's no gimme if it's a base hit into the outfield.
Ball on a strike. 13th inning of this 5-5 game. Breaking ball, we fouled it back. One and two. 2 on. Mike McCoy. He's the only one that matters. He's at second in scoring position. Two and two. Brandon Morrow will go to the mound tomorrow to face his former team. He'll be opposed by Jason Vargas, the left-hander. Morrow, former #1 pick of Mariners, and there's Vargas, the author of 3 shutouts this year. Aaron Sevia goes after the breaking ball and strikes out. Blue Jays get a couple on, but can't do anything against Jamie Wright. We'll go to the 14th. Defensively, he pinch ran for Edwin Encarnacion. And Casey Jansen will be the new pitcher, making his first appearance since coming off the disabled list.
He was placed on that disabled list on June the 17th with a strain in his right forearm. They retroed it back to June the 15th. Went down to the minor leagues, got healthy. And when he left, arguably, you could say he was one of the better pitchers out of the bullpen.
Very consistent, Jansen's ability to handle lefties and righties. Craig Hallman did the damage in the second inning. That's the only hit he's been able to come up with tonight, but it was a 3-run home run off Brett Cecil. That gave the Mariners a 5-2 lead. They haven't scored since. This is the 3rd day in a row Jansen has worked. He had 2 outings in back-to-back games in his final tune-up down in the minor leagues.
And very good, too. Breaking ball called a strike as Hallman is tagged out. Both numbers down in the minor leagues, made 4 appearances in his rehab assignment with New Hampshire. That was the AA team. 5 innings scoreless. Curveball from Jansen. Doesn't throw a lot of them. At that time, he gets Hallman out in front and will pick up the strikeout.
Sixth Blue Jays reliever to work here. Frank Francisco, the only reliever left in the Blue Jays bullpen. Good cut fastball catches the inside corner right into knees on Ichiro Suzuki.
I don't remember Casey Jansen cutting the ball as effectively as we have seen him this year.
Bouncing ball. John McDonald comes after it quickly and unloads a strike. 2 down.
But it's a very effective pitch, especially when you're dropping and driving the way that Jansen does. You can run it in on those left-handers like he just did to Ichiro.
So Casey Jansen has 2 outs here. Brendan Ryan, the shortstop. First pitch breaking ball for a strike. Ryan is 3 for 6 tonight. He's a triple shy of the cycle. Homered in his second at bat, and doubled in his first at bat. His third 3-hit game of the season for the Mariners. That's a good pitch. You talk about a late, quick cut fastball. That's what Jansen has featured all year long.
Yeah, moving and staying away from those right-handers.
Fastball outside. Jansen mentioned he was having some tightness in his elbow, and then he finally had to yield to the discomfort. They shut him down, and he's healthy again.
He pitched a couple of times before he went on the disabled list with that soreness, and his miles per hour on his fastball was dropping a little bit. Averaging about a strikeout an inning. But more importantly, when he comes into the ball game, he throws strikes.
And gives up the walk with 2 outs. First baseman Dustin Ackley has a couple of hits tonight. This is his 7th at bat. We are in the 14th inning.
Ryan already has 1 stolen base tonight. Stole third base way back in the first inning.
Mariners have had a couple of base runners picked off. Sean Figgins was picked off by Sean Camp in the 8th inning. And Mike Carp was picked off by the catcher J.P. Arencibia after Sean Figgins bunted through the baseball. And Arencibia on the appeal. Phil Cousy down at third base said no swing. Dustin Ackley, interesting young player, drafted 2nd overall in 2009. It's just his 2nd professional season, and here he is in the big leagues, holding his own. There's a strike.
His forte is hitting. You look at his numbers. As an amateur, why he was the 2nd pick overall in that draft. Great numbers.
1 and 2, 2 outs. Strike 3 call. Casey Jansen picked it up right where he left off before the DL. 2 strikeouts in the inning. Corey Patterson, number 9. Rajay Davis, lots of speed coming up. John McDonough are the scheduled hitters. 5-5 game, and some good Blue Jay fans hanging out. Want to see the end of it. 15,959 came out to watch this first game of 3 against Seattle. And some Hardy fans are hanging in there. Fans from Newfoundland. They're not going to go home. They're not going to go home anytime soon. Jamie Wright in his second inning of work. Corey Patterson to lead things on. Bunts it up the third base line. Sean Figgins barehands it, makes a nice play. Good idea by Corey Patterson trying to get on board. Sean Figgins never hesitated, grabbed it barehanded, and in one motion threw out Patterson.
That is one thing that the Mariners have really done here tonight. They've played great defense. Figgins very quickly comes in and makes that play easily. Barehanded, and you've got to throw it and curve it into that first baseman for the first out.
Rajai Davis was thrown out on a good play by Brendan Ryan, his first time up. Davis has great speed, obviously. Look at where Brendan Ryan is. He's playing double play depth with nobody on, just to guard against the speed of Davis.
Everybody's got to shorten up in the infield. The way he can run. Even the third baseman, Figgins, is guarding that line, but he's in close.
Jamie Wright had 2 walks in his first inning of work. 1 intentional pass. That was to Aaron Hill with the base open. Three and one out. Blue Jays need Davis on. Taking all the way. It's a full count.
Not a bad idea. He can make so many things happen when he's on the base. He can win the game with his legs. Not a bad idea to take a pitch there and make Wright throw another one over.
Base hit. Rajai Davis is on base. Big turn around first, and he'll hustle back. Very aggressive turn. And Davis is aboard. Rajai has a steal tonight. He came into the game in the 9th inning. Pinch running and stole second.
He knows the outfield is playing deep, playing no doubles, and that's why he made such a big turnover at first base, forcing Gutierrez to come up with that ball cleanly and make a good throw. Big turn at first base. And now Olivo and Wright have a job to do with Davis at first.
Davis with that steal, his 26th, came in the 9th inning. He went to third on the air by Olivo. Olivo's thrown out 2 base runners tonight. He got Aaron Hill and Corey Patterson. John McDonald asked for time, and it looked like Davis had a pretty good read at first base.
He varies his lead at first. Sometimes he'll go out there and get that foot on the carpet and one on the dirt. Other times he'll get a walking lead. He'll shuffle off of first base trying to time that pitcher. It's almost a running lead at first. This is the shuffle where he tries to shuffle off and get his momentum going towards second base.
Davis has great acceleration, and if he can walk into his break, you can see him checking out the catcher, seeing if Olivo will tip his hand. Davis would have the green light in this situation. Give him the opportunity to pick the pitch.
Those are all decoy signs from Butterfield unless they want to put the stop sign up, but I don't think that's going to happen. Now inching out there and getting a more conventional lead over at first base.
This really plays into John McDonald's hand. He's a good fastball hitter. And if they lay a fastball in there, he could do some damage with it. Davis got a good jump. Olivo's throw not in time. The winning run is at second base. A ball and a strike on John McDonald. He took that pitch and allowed Davis to move into second.
Yeah, it looked like a very hittable pitch, but he knows the value of having Rajai Davis at second base. Again, 14 stolen bases of third base this year for Davis, the most in the major leagues.
And John McDonald knows that. And he'll take 2 strikes to give Davis an opportunity to steal third. He'll take a second strike if he has to.
I like that bluff out at second base by Davis. And you said it just now, it might buy John McDonald an extra fastball. Doesn't have to hit an extra base hit now.
Rajai almost got his hands crossed up. He wanted to reach with his right hand, but that might have been costly. So he switched hands and caught the bag with his left.
It's the open glove play. That was close.
He almost got stuck and didn't slide to the bag. Good rip by McDonald. Bottom of the 14th inning. The Mariners have been shut out for 12 innings. Blue Jays scored into the 7th. Another thing Davis has done at second is he's taken Jack Wilson out of his defensive position. There's a big gap between first and second.
Not really sure if he should hold him on. Should he bluff back and forth? He's got to stay close to the bag.
There goes Davis. Pitches high, no throw. That'll force the entire defense infield and outfield. Olivo didn't find the handle.
High breaking ball. It's a great pitch to run on. And Davis knows it as he slides in with his second steal here. The bobble by Olivo allows him. Now the infield comes in. There's only one out. You don't want to run into an out here if you're the runner at third base. Make the ball go through. The outfield has to come in. So a line drive out to him, they can make that play.
John McDonald swinging a fly ball. This should do it. Davis tagging at third base. Gutierrez from deep center field. And the Blue Jays are going to win it. John McDonald with a walk-off sac fly. Rajai Davis comes into the game late and steals 3 big bases.
John Farrell has talked about Rajai Davis, what a difference maker he is, what an offensive threat that he could win ball games just with his legs, and that's exactly what he did here. He stole second, stole third, and then allowed John McDonald to lift the ball into the outfield for the game winner.
Rajai Davis came on as a pinch runner. In the 9th inning, he steals 3 bases. That ties him with Jacoby Ellsbury for the lead in the American League.
This is a big one right here. It's a high breaking ball, and he steals it easily. It's when Olivo bobbles the ball. And that led to this. Fastball over the middle of the plate, and McDonald pops it deep enough into center field. You're not going to get Davis on a ball this deep. And the Blue Jays have another walk-off win.
They are a perfect 7-0 in extra inning games here at Rogers Center. They are 9-2 for the season in extra innings, and they closed to within a game of 500. Rajai Davis with his wheels brings home the game winner. The Blue Jays hang on to win it in the bottom of the 14th on the sac fly by John McDonald. Casey Jansen picks up a win in his first game off the disabled list. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back here tomorrow night. Stay tuned for Connected.